Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. Wow, that's loud. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to another stream, another November stream. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday the 29th of November of 2023. And I am going to be working on the Menger Sponge again today. I was just on this screen here and I was remembering something. The Performium, the number out of 3,999, that's about average for what it usually has been lately. But I've noticed something. I have sat here and watched when the population of the server was ticking down, like there's a huge downflux. It floored at exactly 300 for about 4 hours of me doing this, constantly refreshing. It never went below 300, and then it went back up over 300. I'm not saying they're padding their numbers. I'm just saying there's some suspicion, because in the days that I have been doing this refresh test, because I do this when I'm not streaming. I find a project and I just habituate over it. Every single time, it will only drop down to 300, and that's it. And I just find it peculiar. I'm not saying that there's some funny business going on. I'm just saying it's an interesting coincidence. Also, it looks like Windcraft, which is a totally different thing. It's basically Grian made a role-playing game out of Minecraft, and they had a much higher population maximum on the server. I guess they reduced the package because they're hovering below 2,000, and they figured, well, we don't need to have those extra couple thousand slots. Interesting. Anyway, speaking of don't need to have the extra couple thousand slots, I'm wondering if the reason why they have on Performium, why they have the 4,000 maximum, is because there are other parts of the package that come with that don't come, that they need, that don't come with smaller packages. Like, say, a 2,000 package might say, you only get this much RAM, and the 4,000 package says, no, you get this much RAM. That might be what's going on. I don't know. Anyway, let's go into Performium and get onto the wild server, because today we are going to be messing with the Menger Sponge, doing some builds. Hello? Did it not? Okay, I guess I didn't click. Cat is still under there. Blocks are still here. Looks all good. Oh yeah, that project. I will put these in here. Now, before I get into things, I do need to take care of the busy work. Oh, I also need to gather the link to paste. Boo. Come back over here, grab this, and grab the YouTube link. There we go. I would like to say a big, tremendous thank you to all the people who are able to help support my channel through Patreon and make it so that things can happen behind the scenes and during the streams. And while it's wonderful to have more subscribers and all the friends in the world, it really does help the gears move more smoothly with the support from places like Patreon and Streamlabs. So absolutely, thank you very much to the people who are able to help support me. And right now on Patreon, the people who can do that are Elmaze, 11 Zogma, Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. And speaking of X-Blaze Ninja Zero, let's get over to here. The dad joke of the day is I'm so good at sleeping I can do it with my eyes closed. Hooray for dad jokes. And hide this. And then come over here and go. Well, first off, yeah, there are some people. Cool. Some non-AFKers, I should say. Like, if it was all Merlin, I wouldn't have done it. Starlight and Stone Tootsie never seem to respond, but there's a couple other names on there that tend to be active. Also, why is... What happened to my... Why am I gray? That's odd. Okay. Anyway. Monolith? Wow. Brain, thanks. Monolith. Let's do that. And let's go over to Candy. Oh, that's what's going on. That's why I'm having to lean. My speaker got moved a little bit when I installed the new monitor, and it was covering up that part of my screen. So there we go. Now I can see all of it without having to lean over to type. That's much better. I don't know why I just hover above one of the flags. I think it's just a target. Anyway, I have to do this. And let's do this. And, ooh, low population today. Wild! Okay, someone is saying hi to me, but it's too late. It's too late, baby. Now it's too late. P... time at noon. P weather clear. Fly. Oh, that's right. I've made so much progress that from the platform you can't see the top of where I am. Cool. Now, because I'm not going to be going through all of this empty space, I'm probably not going to get nearly this much work done vertically. I'll probably, maybe I might be able to wrap up the stream on this layer or this layer. We'll see. Ooh. I've gotten so used to the sensitivity from Skyrim that it's very fast here in Minecraft. Woo. Okay. So anyway, let's see here. I don't see... I don't see an active chat. Like, I don't see the alert from YouTube saying that it engaged. Hold on. Let me come over to here. Come to my Discord. Yeah, it says it's streaming. Let me click on this link. Load this up. And, yeah, there's chat there. Wow, okay, great. That's lovely. Alright, well, I will minimize this. I will... How do I... pop out chat? And I guess I'll just put this over on this screen. That's unfortunate. Hello, Johnny, and hello, Christopher Pace. You can confirm that chat works. Yes. It isn't working on my Streamlabs. It just wasn't showing up. But hello, Christopher, and hello, Johnny. Since I have this window open, I can even engage and say, hola, hello, greetings, and salutations, and all that. I don't know if I close this window, is that going to close the chat? I'm just going to minimize that. Technical difficulties. Oh, never mind about this little design right here. I'm just too lazy to change my resource pack because I have been working on a collection of something like 70 or 80 data packs, and a lot of them call for their own resource packs to be included to be able to interact with the data pack. And so I have just left it on, and it has caused just a few minor things to happen. Anyway, boop. Come back over here. So, oops. The last few days I have been obsessing over getting my Skyrim to work because I finally was able to get my mod collection transferred over to this computer. Well, at least mostly. There are a few mods that don't work anymore. Some I am glad to say were rendered obsolete because they got packaged into other mods. I have since found out that about half a dozen of them or so just got smushed together into one big mod, and they're all already ready to go and intact, and that's fine. Problem is, those aren't, other than one of them, those aren't the mods that I need for the storyline for that one character, and so I still can't really engage in trying to revive that character, even if I could get the save file to work, which I can't. So I'm going to definitely be leaning into a new character for the assembly of data packs, or mods. I've been Minecrafting. Let's see here. There are some bugs that I have been able to iron out. Actually, quite a few. And I found out that one of the mods that I had an update which fixed something that was bothering me about the way it was displaying during some of my streaming, and I'm happy with that. However, there are some aspects that I just can't seem to fix. So I have found that there is well, I already knew that there was another way to load the mods using uh, uh, Mod Organizer 2, I think it's called, instead of Vortex, and it has required me to download all the mods anew, and I set them to begin downloading earlier today, and it didn't occur to me that it would be going into the time when I would be streaming, and so I just kind of had to wait for things to happen, and they did finally finish up. Not downloading all of the files, but they definitely finished. And what I mean by that is I'm going to have to figure out why some of them didn't actually engage their downloads. But with some luck, I should be able to use this mod organizer to, if not fix some of the other bugs, then at least identify what's going on. But I have 270, I think, mods installed, and there is bound to be some sort of conflict that happens. I try to make sure that most of the mods that I use are not going to overwrite where things happen in the map, and that everything is compatible across the playthrough of the quests and all that kind of stuff. Because there are some mods that change how a quest line behaves, and then others that change it in a different way, and so those two kinds of mods aren't at all compatible with each other. And I have to balance things out and figure out, all right, what am I willing to do without, so that I can have at least this additional content, and it becomes just a buffet of picking and choosing. But I am hopeful that with Mod Organizer 2, I can get to the bottom of some of the issues. But yeah, Mod Organizer 2, excuse me, and its downloads are the reason why I had the late start today. I apologize. I was going to be working on this anyway, so it's not like it's cutting into some special event or anything like that. But I do feel bad about being, what, 45 minutes, maybe an hour late to start. I'm usually right at or about 7:30-ish, 7:30, 7:45, thereabouts. I try to get started around then, and today I was a little bit late, for which I apologize. Let's see here. This is my frequent message crashes from Roblox. Make sure, by the way, Johnny, when you're updating your drivers, to update to the drivers from the driver's website itself, and not through like a Windows download or something like that, like a Windows update. Never rely on Windows updates to have all the right drivers up to date all the time. Always go straight to the source. I learned that a long time ago, especially for graphics drivers. Windows updates are so behind the times. Just go straight to the site. If you are using NVIDIA GeForce video card, then go to the NVIDIA GeForce site. Or better yet, modern NVIDIA stuff and a couple other video card manufacturers, when you install the hardware, you also install software that just runs in the background and checks to try to snipe some downloads for you. and say, hey, there's a graphics driver update. Do you want it? So see if you have that infrastructure. Usually that is something that happens at the most annoying time for me. I will have the download going in the background for some large patch for my video card while I'm streaming. Most of the time I have been able to identify after the fact when I have weird chunkiness going on during my streams. I will go back and find out according to the timestamps. Oh, well that means that this file was downloading while it was peak stream. That's great. Okay, the GeForce experience, yeah. That's the best one to use for the GeForce. That is pretty persistent about staying on top of things. Sometimes, depending on your settings, it isn't checking every day, but I just as well, for my video card at least, keep the drivers up to date the day that they get updates, because putting them off is just silly anyway. It's just the timing. It has terrible timing. Imagine back in the day, the early heyday of computer stuff. Imagine making, I don't know, a Nintendo cartridge. And you pop it in and it says, please attach your phone to the Nintendo. And then it says, downloading update. Old stuff like that didn't really get updates because it was just hard-coded in, and every once in a while you'd find a piece of hardware like a video card or something that did get a driver update because of some new optimization method that happened, and it's so exciting to go, aha, now my computer runs imperceptibly smoother. But now everything gets updates all the time. You will never feel the bite of updates until you have a Steam library of installed games in the 3 digits. Or if you have a modding profile for like Skyrim or Fallout or Minecraft or something that keeps track of, this file has an update, this file has an update. And when it's just one, updates are very infrequent, if ever. Then when you start to compile a whole bunch of things together, like a whole computer for instance, you get updates for this piece of hardware, updates for that one. I'm surprised my mouse doesn't get updates. Actually, no, I'm not surprised my mouse doesn't get updates because I get the El Cheapo Walmart mouse usually. Except this time I got this one. This is a HyperX. I got this one when I was out getting my headphones because I needed new headphones anyway. So I figured if I need a new mouse and I need new headphones, no point in going 2 places. I'm already here at the computer parts store. Let's just get the mouse at the same time. Yeah, I have a little bit more stuff to do before I am happy with the setup for the collection of mods for Skyrim. And while it makes sense that Minecraft, after all these years, is still getting constant and plenty of updates, what's frustrating is that Skyrim is getting updates. And it's not that it is advancing the game much. There was one Skyrim update that added, I think, there's some fishing and some other stuff from the creative content, or what are creators content. I forgot what that system is called. But for the most part, the game is just exactly the way it has been. It's just that Bethesda keeps re-releasing it, trying to put a little coat of spit shine on it, and then trying to sell it as a whole new thing. Legendary Edition, Anniversary Edition, Special Edition. And every time there is an update to the game, all these mods, which have been working for half a decade just fine, suddenly break. And maybe the mod developers have completely fallen off the face of the earth or just don't care anymore. But there are a number of really awesome mods that there's no way to get on this version of Skyrim. On the version that I have the access to the most recent and good quality mods. So I'm limited to what's on Special Edition. And even then, there's just a plethora of stuff to go through. But I have certain things that I want to do with my character storyline. And this is kind of true for any character that I would want to play. There's also some quality of life stuff that I've grown accustomed to and I just can't live without. So like for instance, now that there's a mod that they stack all the stones of Baranziah, because there's a quest where you're supposed to get like 24 of these hidden stones that are scattered around the world, around the map of Skyrim. They don't stack in your inventory. And so you have this list of maybe one or two have some stacks of up to 3 or 4 or something like that, but then it's all 1 1 1 1 1 1 1, and the only difference is the graphic is a slightly different angle. It's ridiculous. So there's a mod that takes all of them and stacks them into one pile. Now that that exists, I can never do without that. It's like playing Minecraft without Optifine. It's a nightmare on 1.20.2 for me because I'm so used to being able to do some basic things like zooming in and limiting frames for certain things and changing some graphic settings, that not having that at my fingertips is just, it feels empty, wrong, and broken. And so there are a few mods that I'm looking to replace as best I can from the Nexus website. I typically only get mods from Nexus. There are a couple of mod makers that refuse to join the mod community and have the visibility And over the years, a number of them have actually joined in. I think Worm's Tooth was one of them that used to be just a, no, you have to just know about our mod and visit our website. Ooh, alarm. Okay. I don't believe that alarm is going to be necessary today. We'll see. That alarm, by the way, that happens for me at 9 p.m. is related to cat nonsense. And I have to determine whether or not I need to deal with the cats. And they seem to be pretty chill. They had a little bit of morsels of food left. So I think they'll be alright. Anyway, regarding the mods, I have... I think I've mostly exhausted what I want to do with the brunt of the storyline related mods. There are a couple that I will look into if I decide in the future to make a Dwemer historian or something like that. I might add the things like the Wheels of Lull and the Clockwork train station and the other quote high-tech Dwemer things. But those don't really appeal to me. They don't feel like they fit. No matter how much Sotha Sil might have said otherwise. But I feel that there is a limit to tacking the phrase lore friendly onto something, and I'm trying to keep things reasonably lore friendly while still having a story to tell about my character. The character that I'm going to be doing, I have decided, even if I manage to fix whatever bugs there are that are causing the message boxes, occasionally the books, and sometimes dialogue options to just break. Even if I manage to fix that using this mod organizer too, I still want to do the character that I have in mind. And what it is in the Elder Scrolls universe, there are aliens. There is space, there are aliens, there are beings that are otherworldly, and even in the lore, some of them can be perceived godly. And the idea I'm having for this character is it is just one of the many godlike races that is out exploring the cosmos, and they have encountered Nirn. And Nirn is the planet on which all of the Elder Scrolls happens, well, most of Elder Scrolls happens, which is why it's called Nirnroot. But in the lore of Elder Scrolls, most magic revolves around different kinds of sound and energy vibration. The Dwemer used tonal architecture. The dragons used voice, which is also sound. And most of the people at the College of Winterhold and elsewhere, if you really dig into the lore, you find out that what's going on is they are just adjusting vibrations to do their magic. And so, if that's how magic works, then maybe all these different things aren't necessarily magic, but just another force of nature, a science, if you will. And some of the more advanced races of intergalactic beings, just it's intuitive to know how to do what is perceived on Nern as magic. It's part of their being. Oh yeah, talking things into existence? Yeah, that's just normal. I want soup, and here's soup. So my character is of one of these galaxy framework kind of races where they can just go visit other solar systems, other worlds, and whole other galaxies just on a whim. And my character is part of a research ship that has been attracted to Nern because somewhere in the area of Skyrim at this point in time there is some funny business going on. That's that level done. Sweet. And they're trying to figure out just what it is. I'm going to work the storyline around it involving the Eye of Magnus. But my character comes down to the planet to basically pilot one of its inhabitants by way of sort of what would be called possession. And they tried to get as close as they could to a point of interest, a standing stone with a particular frequency. And as close as they could get was someone who was recently knocked unconscious, and so their brain was fuzzy enough that my character is able to inhabit, and they manifest, they come to, and they have no memory of anything at all about what's where, who's who. Everyone is a mystery. It doesn't matter that this person had position and some sort of status previously. They just got clunked in the head, and now their brain patterns are all bibbledy. But that also means that there's very little capability that my alien being has to interact with what on Nern is called magic, and only a few things are able to just happen by default, like flames and healing and candlelight, and it even takes a while for them to go, oh, so that's how they do vocal stuff, by shouting. Okay, well, I have to attune to this body. And that explains away why my character is having to start from scratch and level, even though they've clearly been in this world for a long time. They should know how to do excavation if they are the leader of the Explorers Guild, but suddenly everything is just fresh and new to them. And that's the way I'm going to explain it away. But also, their objective is to, with feet on the ground, try to figure out what is going on. And I have installed a lot of mods that will help with the immersion, like people are strangers. You don't know people's names until you talk to them. There are a number of quality of life things that make the world a bit more, or I should say a bit less reliant on menus and maps than just finding your way organically. But I have also installed a map that you can rotate around 360 degrees, and I'm going to use that in the cases where I will need to have a map to look around. I'm just going to explain that away as my character is uplinking to the ship and using the ship's maps overhead to display the terrain, or maybe some sort of high in the sky drone or something. And over the course of playing, I'm going to encounter these Aedra and Daedra and other kinds of gods and be like, oh, you're doing that on this planet. You're implanting yourself as gods. I see. Oh, okay. Well, to me, you're just like the cousin of the guy that works at the buffet, so I'll play along, but what I want is that gadget you've got right there, so I'll just play along. Oh, I'm your champion. Got it. Yeah. You really don't know, do you? Okay, fine. I guess it's because I'm masked very well inside this host, but okay. And my objective is to experience as much as I can and collect as much as I can to gather notes about the world. So putting a sort of a sci-fi but not sci-fi twist on it, and using mods to enforce storytelling, I'm also making it a little bit more immersive. No fast travel, no quick saving. Although, if things misbehave too frustratingly, then what I might have to do is disable that and just pretend like I can only save while I'm sleeping, and then just do a quick save just in front of like a door or something, or a dungeon, so I don't have to do that again, because I have had some issues with the mod that makes it so you can only save while sleeping or journaling, not register some of the saves. So, and there's nothing that says it'll register a quick save in the same circumstance, but I might have to do without that and just pretend. But we'll see. I have added a lot, and I mean a lot, of extra content. I have added some mods that are larger than any of the DLC from the core game. I have added mods that add DLC to large mods to make them almost more than the base game itself. So like the Great Cowl of Nocturnal. That, or Gray Fox or whatever, that mod, it starts off seemingly innocuous, and then it in very short order transports you to Hammerfell and dips you into this whole massive quest line of stuff, and it is very elaborately put together, very well done, huge mod. And now I found another mod that adds a whole bunch more content to that zone, and I am just excited to see what it has. Because when it comes down to it, it's really, I'm obviously just playing the game, but I want to have story to go with it. I thought something looked funny earlier. Deep down, I am a storyteller. So when I play games that already have story, I like to make More story. It's like that meme of the guy talking about cars. This is nice, but I like this. Well, that's the way I am with RPGs that have lots of open-endedness, or other games, especially ones where I can add bajillions of mods. Base game. This is nice. Points to 300 mods, but I like this. Let's see here. I have added quite a few mods that improve the graphics and some of the smoothness of the graphics, also the sound. I've added a bunch that just simply add more locations on the map, bandit camps, towns that correspond to in universe, like Ebonvale, for instance. In Skyrim, there's a town called Ebonvale. Doesn't show up in the Skyrim game, but in the lore, during the Civil War, which is what's going on in Skyrim right now, instead of Whiterun being the trade hub, because it is the seat of the, let's say, the county, province, hold. It's the hold. It's the seat of the hold. Since it is often and just broadly under attack, it is unsafe to be using Whiterun itself as the hub of trade and commerce at the time. So they moved it to a place just south toward Riverwood in a town called Ebonvale. Well, I have a mod that adds Ebonvale, and it also just happens to add a little bit of like questing content and stuff as well. But even if it didn't add the extra questing content, I would still have added Ebonvale. Not because I remember Ebonvale in the stories. It's nothing like that. It's the game is very empty for being as massive as the map is, and for being a game in the franchise that got started with a map that is literally larger than England itself. Skyrim is so empty and dead. So I just add a bunch of mods that liven things up a bit. And even the plant life, make what plant life there is a little bit more lively. Add some flora and maybe a little fauna to the ocean and other places of water. Add a little bit more fishing. Maybe a little bit more to do with hunting. Add more magic related things as well. And also racial perks and stuff like that. Because there's stuff that has happened over the course of the entire franchise where a race in one game will have certain perks and then no longer have them, and then get them back, and another race, it would make perfect sense if they had this, but they never do, that sort of thing. So, like for instance, making sure Argonians have water breathing. Thankfully, that's in Skyrim, but it didn't have to be. And so I have added things that level out the abilities of the races to make it more meaningful to pick one over another. And also, when you do pick one, it gives you a little sort of a quest line to unlock some extra features for having picked that race. So it's not even all given to you at the beginning. It's, you want to be a Breton. All right, well, you can be a Breton, and you have these native passive magic stats or whatever. And yeah, 11 states are bigger than England. Yeah, I know. But I think that they choose England because it's the closest country in size. So it's just the go-to. But anyway, uh-oh. I lost track. I read your states thing, then I read the server countdown thing, and my brain went beep. What was I talking about? The races, yes. So you pick a Breton, and you get some innate capabilities of different. 1 point? Are you? I didn't even look at that. 1 point, really? Thanks. Well. So you get you get the innate magic and some other stuff, but then you also get this quest line of, in order to unlock it, you have to uncover 10 standing stones across the map of Skyrim. And it's called the Heritage of the Bretons or something like that. And I don't know what you get once you unlock it, but it's something that is, it makes sense. It's not overpowered, and it's immersive enough. But then there's also the skill trees. The skills that have been available throughout Elder Scrolls have just been wildly different from game to game. Even in just sub-skills. Lockpicking, magic, just everything has nuance to it that just changes from game to game. Some of that is because of game engine restriction. I understand. They didn't want people to be able to fly in Skyrim. And then they added dragon flying. Okay, thanks. But the mods that I've added are designed to add or restore functionality that is actually fitting in lore about what you're doing. Like, for instance, Andromeda is a mod that changes what you get from the different standing stones. Oh, that was weird. What different perks you get? Oh, did that rewind anything that I built? No. And instead of just having a small buff, it gives you maybe 2 small buffs, and then after a threshold or something, or when certain triggers happen, you get an additional buff and maybe a debuff to go with it. And they're all balanced pretty well. I mean, there's one that early game is just super powered. And it is definitely the one that I'm going to be using anyway, but not just because it's super powered, but because it is on the mark for how I am perceiving the character for the build. And what it is it lowers the magic cost of all spells and makes the cost for casting novice level, the very small beginner level, makes the cost 0. So if you have Ice Blast or Flame or Healing Self Restoration spell or something that is a continuous cast for novice level, then it costs nothing. So you can just go into a dungeon, hold down the attack key, and never run out of power and just spew flame for days. But it's not all that overpowered, because even the boss at the end of Bleak Falls Barrow, when you are getting started, is enough to put a dent in your health, even though you're healing all the time while also doing damage all the time. So as you level, novice level skills are going to become impossible to beat dungeons with, and definitely not bosses. And so you'll have to go on to the higher levels spells. But to get it started, having zero cost novice level spells, very helpful. There is one that I just adore. There's a mod called Winter Sun. What it adds is functional religion and benefits for prayers, not just the blessings at the altars, but also God specific. So let's say you pray at the Shrine of Talos to remove your curses and your diseases and stuff. Hooray! You've been cured, and maybe you get a little bit of a boost to this stat. Well, instead, you can go get blessings at any altar, but you can worship a specific deity and gain favor with that deity over time by worshiping more consistently and following the tenets of that deity's belief system and all that kind of stuff. And it's set up not just for the Aedra, but also the Daedra and several of the other gods and god forms, like the Khajiit pantheon and the sort of ancestor gods from the Dark Elves and the Argonian stuff. All that's thrown in. Also, hello to Fun Critter himself. You are from something realm to take a visit to Minecraft. Well, hello. I am playing on mc.performium.net on the wild SMP, and I am building a gigantic monolithic structure called a Menger Sponge. It is huge. And it is math, and I'm a dork. But like, for instance, with the Winter Sun, let's say you are after the god Xerxes. You get favor by exploring places, and then you also get favor by praying, and you get favor by, oh, there's another thing, reading books, I think it is. And once you get to a certain favor threshold, you get the ability to do prayer meditation, where you disembody and you can float up, and in a huge radius all around you, you can detect all life. Everywhere there is life, you can detect it. And there is something like that for all of the deities in the mod where you get a special high favor attribute as well, in addition to the default attribute and the blessing. So I think it's pretty neat. Hello, Vianney's. Oh no, Vian is cool. Aries. I don't know how to pronounce that. But hello, hi, welcome, greetings, fellow space traveler. I am building a monolithic monstrosity while talking about Skyrim. Vault 2. No cuddles today. Yeah, that's a good point. No cuddles yet. Let me go see. Maybe she dozed off? Anyway, let's see here. I've also added a whole bunch of mods very recently that slow down the progression of the storyline in Skyrim, because you just get thrust into the story right from the start. Instead of giving the player a chance to, you know, I don't want to be the Dragonborn. I want to just survive by hunting and fishing and just examine this world that's going on around me and play things by ear. You don't get to do that if you are thrust into this character. So the alternate start, live another life. That's a great mod for postponing the Helgen event. But then, even once you start the different factions or other aspects of the game, I have added some delayed start mods that you can find out about the dragon in Helgen and go tell Jarl Balgruuf, and then that's it. You're not on the road to become the Dragonborn yet. You've just simply been given thanks for warning Whiterun that there's a dragon afoot, well, a wing, and that's it. If you want to pursue the main storyline, you go talk to Farengar and ask him about his work on dragons and stuff. But you don't have to do that. And all of the different factions, the companions, Dark Brotherhood, the thieves, the mages, and the Bard's College, they all have little pauses in their progression to let you have the opportunity to roleplay in this role-playing game. And I love that sort of stuff. There are a number of other quests that just everyone has had complaints about not liking to be forced to make this decision one way or another. Like, in order to stay with the blades, you have to kill Paarthurnax. I know, spoiler alert. And it's very controversial. Paarthurnax has not only redeemed themselves, they are actively trying to build a better world by teaching people the way of the voice. They are guiding people to better themselves. They have no interest in becoming the almighty dragon. They are just Paarthurnax. And here, these remnants of a bygone age who don't fully understand what's going on and aren't really keen on the original intention of their, let's call it, faction, the Blades, they're insisting, no, we can't hang out with you anymore unless you kill Paarthurnax. Now that we've found out that Paarthurnax is a dragon, you have to kill them. Do what now? Parthenax's friend. You don't kill friend. He's not asking me to kill you, for instance. It seems pretty one-sided here. And so there's a mod that I downloaded called the Parthenax Dilemma, where you can actually, in-game, say, no, listen here. If I'm the Dragonborn, and you're helping what's effectively the last inkling of the Septim Dynasty, which is what the Blade's job is, then if I say dragon good, then dragon good. You work for me. I don't work for you. I am the Dragonborn. And there are a couple of other quest lines in the game that have the same sort of, well, even an insane person wouldn't pick this option. Why am I being forced to do this thing in order to successfully participate with this story? I wouldn't do that. My character wouldn't do that, surely. And no one in the right mind would do this. So why must I? And a bunch of mod makers have made a whole bunch of mods that fix a lot of those issues. And I am very happy to implement those into my playthrough. And I have added all kinds of other little things that help with actual immersion in the game. Weather, camping, people put on cloaks when it's storming. People have, like, people who have jobs, like the innkeepers, they go to bed sometimes. And when people go to bed, if they have it, they put on robes to sleep. And it's just, it adds more immersion and more life to the game. There's one mod I wish would work called Simply Knock. It makes it so you can, instead of barging into someone's house or forcing yourself to lockpick to go in, you can, if you know the person or whatever, or even if you don't, you can knock. And based on your speech skill and your reputation with that character, you can either be allowed in and you won't get flagged for trespassing, or they'll say, no, I'm sorry, you can't come in. I wish I could get that to work, but by installing it, it breaks a lot of other things. But there's just all this other immersion stuff that I've been trying to go for. And the effect of that is I have a lot of mods. Quite a lot. And this is a bad habit of mine, and almost everything I try to mod is I end up with way more than my plate can or should hold. But I'm stubborn. So I'm trying to find workarounds to make it so all these mods are still going to work. So I have a little bit of work ahead of me. I'm doing the modding for Skyrim as well as the data packing for Minecraft to try to get some large long-term projects going for my streams and my videos, because I want to have more at my disposal. So that's ultimately where I'm going, is trying to give myself more steady things to do. And then in between all of those big projects, I can, instead of having to panic and go, what do I want to do? Is it, am I going to have to do an extra Performium stream this week to fill the time, or am I going to have to come up with something to do elsewise? Am I going to have to try to figure out maybe why Van Helsing isn't working? And while I do intend on finishing those other games, Van Helsing, Silverfall and all that, I don't want to have to be worried about what I'm going to be working on next. I want to have a number of large enough projects where I can go, I can just flip a coin and step into any of these projects just fine. Because I love big projects. I love them. You couldn't tell, could you? Also, thank you for liking the stream. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna guess that Cuddles passed out. Because she has been yellow on Discord since before my stream. She didn't respond to my previous message. She didn't turn green. She didn't respond to the message just now. I'm gonna bet that she passed out. Or something like that. I mean, I did take a little bit extra time to get started on today's stream. So that's probably a contributor. But that's alright. Oops, that is not alright. But yeah, this Mod Organizer 2 that I have installed, it seems to add a lot more functionality for the aspect of identifying where conflicts and things are happening between your mods. And that's what I hope to use to find out what is going on right now, because one of the symptoms of having all of these mods that I am currently running is every once in a while, or very frequently in fact, message boxes, book texts, and NPC dialogues are not there. They just simply don't exist. I will try to engage in a dialogue and they'll turn their head and they'll look away. They'll turn their head and they'll look away. It'll have a message box that pops up. When I do something, it'll just be a little rectangle and have OK at the bottom. OK what? Or I'll open a book and yeah, thanks for giving me the one more skill in lockpicking, but what's the book say? So I'm hoping to use this Mod Organizer 2 to figure out just what's going on. It might just be a simple matter of I have too many mods and it's just bloating everything, and there's not enough memory to go around, and the certain aspects that are being broken are just the weak point. And thank God it's that and not, oh, I don't know, quest progression or something, which is still likely to happen anyway. I mean, that's just Bethesda. You have to use console commands to say, yes, I did turn in this object, please and thank you. Oh, you're finishing up your diamonds. Well, hi and welcome, Cuddles. I still don't know what's going on with my Streamlabs. Thankfully, I have the pop-out YouTube chat box where I can actually interact. Having this window, this monitor back, having the ability to do the game full screen, I'm so happy. Come on, engage. There we go. Yeah, I was downloading all of the mods anew earlier today. And I set them all to download, and it turns out that Mod Organizer 2 doesn't have like a paused option. And I'm not sure how it treats with resuming downloads. But being my first time messing with it, I didn't want to chance things. And so it occurred to me after I got everything started, I went, uh-oh, I'm streaming today. And that's a lot of downloading happening. So I kind of had to wait for things to die down. Took advantage of the extra time to get a little bit of a nap and eat. Oops. Ah, you have created an art. Let's see here. Art. It is very art. I love pixel art. Pixel art's fun. Of the 269 mods that I have installed for Skyrim, 9 of them are part of this sequence of mods put together by what is that user's name? VicN or something like that. VICN. And the sequence is Vigilant, Glenmoral, and Unslad. Actually, I think it's Vigilant, Unslad, Glenmoral. I believe Unslad is the dragon word for unending, if memory serves. But the mod series has a very, I'll say, a Dark Souls vibe to it, but it also has just this really dark storyline. Very in-depth, very well put together, and it's just a treasure to be able to go through it. And what I've done is I've added the 3 base mods to go with it, which add dozens of hours of gameplay time. Dozens plural. But also, they add, there are these options. Instead of just having the text on screen and just have an NPC staring at you and either not moving their lips or moving their lips silently, there's also a voiced version. And then there's also this delay option. And the way they have it, you can choose to delay it based on your level for one of them, and then the next one it's delayed on your level and having completed the previous one, and so on and so forth. And it folds together into this huge story that they're still generally working on and improving. There's still updates to it and everything. And it is a beautiful storyline that adds a new realm of experience to Elder Scrolls. Now, granted, the stuff that's happening isn't technically part of Elder Scrolls lore and doesn't really fall under that umbrella, but it works well enough and doesn't interfere and is separate enough that it could be something very easily aside of the Elder Scrolls story. And it's just so well put together, I can't not have it. Let's see here. What else? Oh, a number of the faction quest lines I have expanded, especially the Mages Guild, because it just feels awful that you can, in less than an hour, you can go from appearing at the Mages Guild to being dubbed Archmage. You can go through the game without casting a single spell ever and become Archmage. Now, there is one point where you technically, or I'm sorry, there are 3 points where you technically have to do some magic, but you can, 2 of those points, you use a staff to do the magic. Oh, I forgot. There is one where you do have to do magic out. At the very beginning, when you introduce yourself to Tolfdir, he asks you to use a barrier spell, a warding spell, to deflect his little fire blast or whatever. But I'm not sure. You might be able to work that part of the quest so you don't even have to do that. But beyond that, there's a point where you have to go to Labyrinthian or whatever and find the MacGuffin. And In order to get the MacGuffin, you have to use fire and ice spells to align these crystals by heating and cooling them. And you can use a staff to do that. Then, once you get a MacGuffin of a different type, you use that to break the barrier at the college so that you can get to the bad guy, and then you use that same MacGuffin to break the seal on the big MacGuffin. And so you're not actually doing the magic. The staves are doing the magic. And come to think of it, I wonder if that first thing with Tolfdir, if there's a staff that does warding and you can do that and have it count. Huh. I wonder if there's legitimately a way to completely do the Mage's Guild, become Archmage by never ever casting a single spell. I bet there is. Ooh. I almost forgot. He's a jerk. Just a second. Boo, 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 boo. I'm going to message here. Hold my hobo. With a screenshot that says, "Did I do something to upset you?" Oh well. Yeah, I also had a feeling he was going to do that. And I didn't look a couple days ago when it was up, but it seems like he logged in anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh well. It is what it is. And it's not like there's going to be millions of people who are going to see my entryway when I build it, if I ever do get to build it. But just, I don't know. Maybe if I go up and measure and design exactly how I want the build to look, and just build all the parts that are necessary right up to the edge of their claim, it'll remind them, oh yeah, that's right, the unclaiming. Who knows, maybe they forgot all about me. Maybe they're not a jerk. Maybe they're just completely bafflingly absent-minded. Anyway, can't always assume the worst in people. It is very easy to assume the worst in people. It is hard to assume just ignorance or negligence or even accident. Because as I recall, today would have been 62 days. Any ideas to mask stinky glue smell? Too cold to open the window tonight, and I forgot it was. Open a thing of baking soda. Like just put a little bowl of baking soda with a lot of surface area of exposed baking soda. Let it soak in the room smell. That's what I would try anyway. Baking soda absorbs most smells. I would expect it would absorb the glue smell. I can't imagine why it wouldn't. It's really good at soaking in VOCs. That's why you keep baking soda in your fridge, to mask the smell of that not quite fresh chicken and the plate of tuna and other stuff that you've got. It's pretty good at doing what it do. You don't have any baking soda? Not even a little? That's interesting. Because as long as you have some in a box somewhere, it's probably not at the end of its functionality. It would be in with like the baking supplies and things. This is the level that gets the torches. Interesting. Let's see here. What all? Oh, did I close? I closed Vortex. Hey, let me open Vortex. Let's see here. I did include a quality of life thing, the achievements mod enabler. Because if you do any modding whatsoever, let's say you want to just have audiobooks instead of having to sit there and read the books, you want the books read to you. any mod whatsoever you install prevents you from earning the achievements on Steam. And while some aspects of the game do become easier late in the game, it shouldn't matter that I have mods enabled. As long as I'm not using cheats, I have to legitimately go through and get all of my werewolf perks. I have to do them myself. So the achievements should be available. You're still having to do the things. And so there's a mod called the Achievements Mod Enabler. They make it so you can actually get the Steam achievements even on a modded game. I haven't tested to see if it works yet because I haven't been able to spend enough time on any of my missing achievements to try to get them. But here's to hoping. A matter of time. What is a matter of time? What is this? A matter of time. Oh, a matter of time. I see. It's the one that adds the clock and calendar HUD in the top left of the screen. That's right. So that I have some on-screen reminder that time is passing. Because let me tell you, ADHD is terrible when it comes to keeping track of time. That's why I have alarm after alarm after alarm after alarm. I have an alarm on my phone to go off at 1 a.m. to remind me, hey dummy, are you still streaming? I've been pretty good about not going all the way to 1, but it's fully possible for me to do it. Let's see here. There is another mod. I'm just going down the mod list alphabetically just to see what I have. See if it makes me think of anything that needs fixing or anything like that. And also to just talk about it. I have one called The Agents of Righteous Might. And it is basically a quest mod about a group of people called the Vigilance of Stendar who are out to stop all what they consider evil being worship, Daedra worship, and there is a cult that has cropped up or resurfaced or whatever that the Vigilance of Stendar are absolutely against, and this quest line allows you to become a Vigilant of Stendar and help to defeat the big bad guys. And it's a fun one. You get to infiltrate the cult, and you find out who the people are, if what they're doing is actually under the guise of like Daedra worship, or if they're just, you know, bandits in general. Because that is one thing they don't want to just outright smite everyone all the time. They want it to be justified. Well, at least justified by their tenets. So it's pretty fun. Sometimes it can break. I had a spell that I got from another mod which was always active, and it would just, if there were bad guys nearby, it would emit just this tiny tiny amount of damage over time. And there were a couple of points during the storyline where I would have to be like lightning fast to do something. Otherwise, this ability, which is always on, would make the people I need to talk to become hostile, and so I can't talk to them. So it relies on really actually role-playing your character, making the right decisions. The compound, the cave system or whatever you want to call it for the bad guys is super convoluted. Like, it's a nightmare to navigate. I could take you any old where in the 9 holds, but you ask me how to get to one of the rooms inside this cave? Beats me. I have no idea. And following the rule of stay to the left doesn't work for this because it's sort of like a series of circular loops. Very, very messy. I have added a number of mods that make alchemy a little bit more interesting. First off, you still get levels of alchemy after you pick the first item. When you pick plants and things, it still counts towards small amounts of alchemy XP. Also, you need empty bottles in order to craft potions. And you can drain bottles of potions that you don't want. You just pour them on the ground, and then you can use those bottles for doing your alchemy. Plus, there's a portable alchemy station that you can craft, I think. It's either craft or buy. Little mortar and pestle and alembic and all that kind of stuff for you to be able to do alchemy on the go. And there's an alchemist journal that keeps track of the things that you've found, so you can go, I need to get some more paralyze. What do I need for paralyze? I need this ingredient, or this ingredient. I'll keep an eye out for those. Because if you don't have them, the recipes natively don't show up in your crafting to be able to know what you need for which recipes. And also, I've added a number of those little recipe leaflets that you find throughout the game where someone says, to make a potion of harming, you need this, this, and this. I know it's not called potion of harming, I just stole a Minecraft phrase, whatever. But I tried to make the alchemy experience a little bit more immersive. I don't tend to lean heavy into alchemy. I don't allow myself the time really to do that. Drink. Eventually I will try to pursue a character who is just adamant about doing alchemy all the things. It's very tempted to do the alchemy enchanting super exploit loop. And knowing that it exists and knowing how easy, air quotes easy, it is to accomplish, I don't like to lean into it because of accidentally going, well, it wouldn't hurt for me to just drink this, then craft this, and then drink this again, and then craft this, and then drink this again. Once you start on that path, it's very easy to overdo it. I don't want to spiffing Brit my games. let's see here. I have a whole bunch of mods that revolve around the books. I have added all the books, as far as I know, from all the other games, including, I think, all the ones that exist presently in Elder Scrolls Online. I might actually have to look back into that and see if there's any updates for that. Because Elder Scrolls Online is always adding content. But it seems silly that all these books that have always existed in the franchise don't exist, not all of them, in Skyrim. There's a few. There's even some new ones, but I want to have all the literature. And also, I've made it so that I can, for the bookshelves that I put in my safe houses and homes, the shelves have infinite storage capacity. I can put all my books of one category on one shelf if I want. All the sermons and all that, the 36 sermons of Vivek, and then the unabridged 36 sermons of Vivek, and all that kind of stuff. I want to have a place for all of them. And Legacy of the Dragonborn is nice for being able to collect the books, but I would also like to have a secondary collection that isn't in a museum that I can just put in one of my houses if I wanted. And so infinite bookshelves is nice. I also have one that makes it so that the books are a little tidier as far as their page layouts and all that. I have one that makes it so that all the books I have not yet read glow. Orange for skill books and blue for just regular books. I have added one also that whenever I read a book that I've never read a copy of before, I get some speech skill. I have added one that also adds perks for everything that I read, and that, now that it's actually working since I've gotten the update, it feels like I might have to take that one out of the mix, because in just one room I can level up from, like if I am level 1 and I go to the Bard's College and I go in and I read everything in the Bard's College, I literally come out like level 11. Gain 10 levels just from reading books. That seems a little excessive. So I might cut that one out. I'm pretty sure I'm going to cut that one out. But the one where you get speech skill from reading unread books, I think that's fair. And it's not a lot of speech skill either. You can go through the entirety of the Bard's College and from level 1 and only get a couple of levels. So it's not a whole lot, it's just a little bit. And it adds a little bit of believability. Aha, I'm educating myself on communication and knowledge and things like that. I think that that's a fair thing to add. I have also added one that it's called the Audiobooks of Skyrim, where you can, when you open a book that they have recorded something for, instead of you having to read it yourself, there's an audio file that plays. You get to listen to an audiobook while you're out adventuring. I love it. I will probably not be doing a lot of it during my streams, but there are some where I might need to so that I can remind myself of the information that I need whilst I'm still out, and so I'm not spending the entire time reading boring text on the screen and trying to find just that one piece of information I'm looking for. I've added a whole bunch of stuff that improves the textures of things. Let's see here. There's alternate start, live another life. So instead of starting as a prisoner, maybe you just want to start as, you know, someone who's working on a farm, or you want to start the game as a vampire thrall or something. You can do that. I've added a mod that includes books in certain mine locations, which point you in the direction of other mines. Abandoned or active, doesn't matter. So it's an in-game way of revealing places on the map, because I don't want to just know where everything is by walking past. I shouldn't be able to go, ah, that boulder is definitely a cave entrance, and I can smell it. I'll mark it on my map. That seems a little cheesy. Let's see here. Andromeda, the Standing Stones. Renaming some of the locations to match the actual lore of the franchise. Apocalypse adds a little bit better spell functionality, as I recall. And also some additional enchantment options. It doesn't, for instance, re-add levitation. I could very well have done that, but I'm sticking with they added lore that made levitation illegal, and so I'm not going to have it. Heal. Nope, I'm still gray name. That is so weird. There's the at your own pace. I discussed that earlier, where it slows down the game so you aren't steamrolled into having to do quest A, then quest B, then quest C. And in order to do quest C, you also have to do quest D, which is a totally other thing. But in order to do quest D, you need to do E, F, and G first. And I just want to be my character. Oh, I forgot to put torches in. Oh well, I'll do that in a moment. Let's see here. Some additional map markers. Fixing up some of the graphics of the map markers and things like that. Let's see here. There's the audiobooks. There's Battersea. That's one of the just random locations. Baronzaya quest markers. Once you get the quest for the Stones of Baronzaya, some of them are hard to remember where they are, and it's real easy to go into some of the places and walk right past where the stone is and never get it. So I've added a map marker mod so that if I do get down to a couple that I haven't found after so much time, I go, all right, we're just going to pretend that I've found some sort of document that's tracking the purchase history of some of these Stones of Baronzaya or whatever. Let's see here. I literally have a mod that improves beards. Just because, you know, they look silly in the game. Oh, also, as far as spell learning is concerned, and books, instead of just opening a spell book and presto, you know how to do the spell, I've added one called Better Spell Learning, where you actually have to read the book multiple times and get percentages of the way through the book before you can actually complete the book and fully understand how the spell works to be able to cast it. And boy, that changes the game a lot. that in combination with slowing down the progression through the College of Winterhold, it really makes it feel like you're trying to become good at magic and therefore are worthy of when they eventually give you the title of Archmage. You feel like you've earned it. Let's see here. Beyond Skyrim, Bruma, a huge other location with lots of quests. And the Beyond Skyrim group are trying to do lots of other parts of the Elder Scrolls maps to add just tons to do. They are trying to add, I think, every zone in the game. Not just Skyrim, not just Morrowind, but everything. So hopefully that'll happen before I am dust. Let's see here. I have one called Blackthorn where you can help rebuild a town that has been destroyed. Oh, the Boethia one. Yes, I have a bunch of mods that make it so if I am trying to roleplay a good character, but I am forced to interact with these evil, air quotes, Daedra and their quest lines, I can still be a good guy even during these quest lines. So I have like Boethia for good guys and Namira for good guys and stuff like that. Let's see here. Books. Okay, bounties are worthwhile. I haven't tested that, but it makes it so that once you get past a certain point in the vanilla game, the bounty rewards they're just the same. No matter how hard the bounty is, no matter what level you are, you're still going to get like an iron dagger or 12 gold or whatever. It's awful. So this one, hopefully, will balance some of that out. Let's see here. Maybe 2. Probably don't need all these torches. Okay. Campfire. That makes it so that I can build campfires and heal up and cook at the campfires, and also so I can sleep in tents. And I got that to help with the sleep to save mod. It gave me another option for sleeping and another option for being able to save while out and about. Carriage and ferry travel overhaul. I thought it said transport overhaul. Just makes it so that there's more options for going between the different travel locations and adds a few carriages in places where there weren't any before. Carved Brink, a huge quest mod, hard to get into. It is a strange place. But it's a great story and very surreal. Almost like jumping into someone else's dream or something. Charitable Soul gives an extra option for donating clothing and extra amounts of money to the beggars. Let's see here. Cheese mod. If you do the Sheer Goroth quest and you find this one crumb of cheese, it engages a quest where you need to find one each of 202 different new pieces of cheese added to the world because Sheogorath is a madman or a mad god. Let's see here. More map markers. Completionist. Oh yeah! Keeps track of all the places you've visited, all the things you've eaten, all the books you've read, everything to let you know if you've gotten everything. You walk into a place, there's orange text at the top left of your screen. It says, welcome to this zone. There are this many unique items in this zone. So you can go, oh, wait, I missed one. Uh-oh. And the way I am going to be including that character lore-wise is I have this thing that helps me find relics. And that's part of the Legacy of the Dragonborn. Like it's literally a thing that you right-click to, or you use from your inventory to go, hey, there's another relic in here. It's over this way. Well, I can just pretend it has additional functionality that just gives me an idea of how many things there are in the place where I'm visiting. Not just the relics, but also just unique stuff. I think that is justifiable. And it will also encourage me to involve myself a bit more with the game. Convenient horses. Now this one is big. This one makes it so you can do a lot more stuff like picking herbs, conversations, mounted archery from horseback, and you can also quick dismount, and you can use your horse for a lot of storage. You can use it as a sort of a combat pet, which will follow you around, at least outside anyway. All in all, it's a good thing. You can dress it up however you want. When you do certain quest lines or visit certain places, you can get some special I don't guess it's armor, but decorative gear for your horse. We have... Oh, here's a big one. I had to do a lot of stuff to get this to work, but I have installed a crash logger. So that when, not if, but when Skyrim inevitably crashes, it actually spits out a log file that says what crashed it. Because, believe it or not, that's not native to the game. It just closes. It says, alright, I'm done working. Here's no information. Bye. So, I have even had the fortune/misfortune of verifying that it works. If you could see, I was rolling my eyes. Let's see here. Cutting room floor just adds a bunch of stuff that was taken out of the main game for reasons unknown, that there's no good reason for it not to still be in the game. It's still part of the lore, and it adds to the game, and people want more. People who are playing large-scale role-playing games want more, not less. Engine limitations? Too bad. We still want to see it. who cares if it's a little quirky? The rest of the game's quirky anyway. Let's see here. Daedric voices. When you do manage to get one of the Daedric weapons, when you use the Daedric weapons, this mod has the Daedra acknowledge that you are their champion and that you are doing their thing by doing some of their dialogues. Little pieces of it to encourage their champion or discourage in some circumstances. Dark Brotherhood for good guys. Alright, there's one called Dark End, and that is a very much Souls-like, a Dark Souls-like kind of a quest and location. Very difficult. I still have not managed, in all the time that I've spent in it, I have not managed to figure out how to get to the last area. So hopefully I can do that. It'd be tough. Let's see here. In order to sort of expand on some of the main storyline stuff, I've added a mod where you have to defeat all of the dragon priests. You can't just ignore them. You have to defeat them. It helps you know where the wooden mask is once you've defeated them as well. So that's nice. Points you in the direction to get all the things. Delayed stuff. Oh, there's that. Delphine, the Blades person, presents you with this map of dragon burial sites. And it doesn't do anything. Well, this mod makes it so when you get the map, you actually add the map markers to your map. So you know where the dragon burial sites are. And also I have another mod that names all of these places according to what those places are called in the lore. So it's not just Dragon Mound south of Winterhold or Windhelm, I'm sorry, whatever. It actually has what the in-lore name of the Dragon Mound is, either by location or by the name of the dragon that's buried there or whatever. Let's see here. Depths of Skyrim adds a bunch of stuff to the waters of Skyrim. More flora, more fauna. Without adding millions of slaughterfish, it just adds lots of stuff. Diverse Dragons adds a whole bunch of beautifully skinned dragon types, and also they have their own special attacks. Lightning dragons and things like that. As you level, the dragon types get tougher, and their shouts get tougher as well. Disable follower collision. This is a big one. I cannot count the number of times when I have not been able to go through the door that I absolutely need to go through because my follower is standing there like a dum-dum. Whether that follower is a stupid Varkas during the companion's quest, or if it's Barbas while you're trying to do the Clavicus Vile stuff, barking you off the ledge. The disable follower collision, big important step. Insanity. Diverse Skyrim adds the fact that there are, lots of races. Okay, music, stop it. I know you're proud of your ending, but stop it. Adds lots of the varying races to the different factions. and the locations where those races are likely to be. I mean, it's not like it's going to be adding Argonians to the Stormcloaks or anything like that, but it does add a little bit more diversity. It's not just all a whole bunch of Nords all the time. There's Imperials, there's Bretons, there's a couple Mer here and there that are on the side of the Stormcloaks in reasonable percentages. And also reasonable variety of appearances as well. Because I got tired of seeing the same guy everywhere I looked. At the very least, mix it up. Let me see the same guy and the same chick. Another place. Ah! Dragon's Keep. I have added a mod that adds a boarding house for children. They don't just have to go to the orphanage. You can send them to the boarding house. Dozens of them, if you want. And they can actually learn some skills and things and do stuff. I think with some mods you can even have, once they have reached a certain point, you can have some of them as followers or whatever. Not necessarily combat followers, but at least like pet followers. Well, no, the pet followers are also combat. I don't know how that would work. Maybe the kids fight? Who knows? It is Skyrim. Dangerous place. Danger doesn't care if they're a kid. Anyway, let's see here. Better texture for Draugr. More dungeons. Lots more dungeons. At least 100 more dungeons across all of the mods I've added. Just dungeons everywhere. Random places to find and visit. Some have good loot. Some are just, average dungeons. But it fills the world with more stuff. That's what I want. I would like my map to be so covered with icons it doesn't look like a map. It just looks like a collection of confetti. Let's see here. Dwemer gates don't reset. This is a big one. This is a pet peeve of mine. I've cleared this Dwemer ruin and I've gone up the elevator and I've flipped the lever. I did that. I finished it. You're telling me that someone decided to go in and shut the door? Nonsense. If I want to go back in that Dwemer lift, I should be able to. I opened the darn thing. So, oops. Let's see here. Dynamic weather and time-based detection. This is kind of cool. If it's dark or stormy or whatever, it increases your stealth based on the lighting and the weather. And also, if it's clear and bright, it decreases your stealth. No matter what your stealth is, you have a chance of being caught if you're out in broad daylight trying to sneak around. People go, I can see you, right? I love it when kids do that. Are you trying to hide? It's hilarious. Let's see here. More dungeons, more places, empty bottles. Even better quest objectives. This is a good one because it spells out what you're supposed to be doing for some of these very, very simply put quests that say, just go here and do this. Where's here? What is this? This spells it out. Talk to this person. Ah, that's what I need to do. I need to talk to this person. Come on, get the pixels right. There we go. That's better. expanded carriage service, extra encounters. Oh, I've added a whole bunch of random encounters to the world so that when you're out and about, random things just happen in front of you and around you, not even to you. Like you can enter a town and see someone getting chased for sleeping with someone else's wife. It's hilarious. The favor quests. Say you want to earn favors for someone in one hold or another, and one hold is sending you on a quest to go find an item. That means, as far as Skyrim is concerned, that you are on the find an item quest, and that means that you can't get another find an item quest from anyone else. This mod fixes that. I should be able to go find as many items as I want. I'm hunting relics. Please let me find my relics. Let's see here. Face discoloration fix is a nice one because there is a bug in the texture mapping. Once you do certain things in some memory positions, did I not put... Is there not light? There's not light here. How did I miss a spot? I missed a spot. Thank you, Creeper, for helping me find the missing spot. Weird. Alright, PV2. It is here and here. Fascinating. Okay. So after you've added these innumerable mods, there is a chance with some of the texturing to get what's called blackface. Because of how certain kinds of textures overlay on others, it changes the appearance of the NPC's faces and makes them all look like they have been covered in soot. And it is very distracting. And this mod fixes that. It even fixes it when it shows up in other mods. So that's nice. False Scar is another zone, another DLC-sized quest mod that adds, well, frankly, a lot. And it's one of those where once you go in, you can't go back until you've beaten it. So it's probably going to be one that'll show up in my gameplay much later. Because, at least for now, the character is more interested in just as rapidly hunting down as many relics as they can, and also amassing or reacquiring the ability to use their powers that they should be able to use, but can't because they're unfamiliar with this new body. Maybe because of the concussion. Anyway, the favorite quests, covered that. Favorite miscellaneous items. This is a big one for me. I don't want to have to accidentally sell my quill. I don't want to have to accidentally get rid of my... Oh, this is supposed to be all three. I don't want to get rid of my tent just because I haven't favorited it. I want to make sure I keep track of what's what. So being able to favorite the non-wieldable items, very useful. That way I can't accidentally sell them. Forgotten Dungeons, Fortune's Trade House that adds another quest line with a single shop and a bunch of other stuff that's going on in Markarth. Fossil mining, that's a fun one. You can get more stuff from when you're digging up the ores and things. Freshly picked, that's the alchemy one. Fuzz Rodot is the thing that makes it so that people talking and their dialogues last about the same amount of time reasonably. That way a 10-sentence long thing doesn't vanish from your screen in 3 seconds. Slight exaggeration, but it's not that far off. Gavrosted's a new place. Gilder Green Regrown. So the Gilder Green, you are familiar, if you've played any Skyrim, you're familiar with the big tree in the middle of Whiterun and the fact that it's dead. And you have to go get Nettlebane and either do or don't use Nettlebane to get a cutting from Evergleam, another world tree thing, and then it's a whole thing. But Gilder Green Regrown, after you do that quest, a new sapling is planted, and over the next in-game several months, the tree will actually grow, and it's alive. Let's see here, I covered Glen Moral earlier. Gothic Orpheus. Gothic Orpheus is the people who put together this mod are huge fans of just RPGs in general, and there's another RPG series called the Gothic series. And what this does is it adds quite a lot of content in the Gothic series universe in a Skyrim-ish kind of way. The transition point is kind of annoying. It's this loud whooshing thing that's frankly over the top, but it works. I mean, it gets you there, so whatever. Guild starter, you can start your own guild. You pick a place to be your guild house, and then you can start recruiting people to become a part of your guild. More places, more dungeons, more functionality of the Hearthfire DLC, including the ability to have more adoptions. You can adopt, I think, up to 6 instead of just 2. You can have 1 kid in each of your houses if you want. Or you can, if you have Legacy of the Dragonborn, you can have 6 in one place. Or some other places allow that many as well. Did I place an extra? No, I did not. Now I did. Oh yeah, Helgen Reborn. That's a big one. So after the initial attack on Helgen at the beginning of Skyrim, after some time, you have the option of being able to help rebuild Helgen. So I think that's a really fun one. High poly project that just makes things have better graphic fidelity. Holidays, yes, holidays and events. There are holidays in the lore of Elder Scrolls all throughout the year, and it's silly that they aren't showing up in the games. So I have added a mod that will add, or that does add, lots of different holidays all throughout the year, including one near the beginning, 27th of Last Seed. Near the beginning of your gameplay, there's a holiday, and for the holidays, people gather in the town square. There's dancing. There's refreshments being sold. There are NPCs who you normally don't see out and about, who have maybe a booth or something that they are doing something at this town square, and it makes it so it's a wonderful time of year to go thieving in empty houses. It's great for pilfering goodies. Multiple times throughout the year you can go, ooh, it's Last Seed. During Harvest Inn, I'm going to go into this house and this house and this house. Even the guards are lower on patrol. Oh, this is going to be great. I'm going to be filthy rich. Or if you're playing on a different style, you get to role-play mingling with people and getting dialogue things that you normally don't have an opportunity to, because you're never at the right place at the right time. So now here everyone is. You've got your opportunity to get your dialogues in. It's fun. And also there's food. And fireworks. There's fireworks too. I'm walking here is a wonderful one, so that when you are trying to get through a doorway and an NPC does have some sort of collision, like it's not your follower, they will actually get more reasonably out of your way. Big pet peeve. I'm just going to go ahead and go boop, boop. Just boop, 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 boop. Identity crisis. What was identity crisis? Just a second. I don't remember what this is. Open on the mod page. Identity crisis. Oh, right! Investigate the madness afflicting the northern asylum of Julianos. Ah, this is a sort of a Madness of Sheogorath expansion kind of thing. Immersive citizens, they talk to each other, and also you're not the center of the world to them. You're just some stranger wandering through town. So they are less likely to drop everything they're doing to say some random comment to you just because you've walked within 10 feet of them. Imperious adds that stuff I was talking about much earlier today about the different features of picking the different races. Because yeah, it's nice to have water breathing as an Argonian, but you know, susceptibility to cold also makes sense. And certain other things for different races just makes sense in lore to keep them or to include them or whatever. So that's what Imperious aims to do. Then we have a couple of function things that are just utilities for making it so that mods can work. Isle of Artaeum. Okay, the Isle of Artaeum is after the College of Winterhold, after you have become Archmage, you get to visit the Psijic Order. Ooh. I'm on this layer. I've made a little bit more progress than I thought I was going to today. Neat. And I don't know what the quest line is going to entail on that. I just know that I really would love to see it. And I suspect that since they have just recently obtained the Eye of Magnus, that there's a little bit more to do surrounding that. And that is very important for the character that I have in mind anyway. So if that is the case, then that's just icing on the cake. Let's see here. JK's mods are all about making the game more pretty. That is a new location. Legacy of the Dragonborn. This one is kind of pivotal for any good gameplay of Skyrim anymore. You want to have the mod called Legacy of the Dragonborn. It just changes everything about the game so very much. You get a... Oop, I clicked on the wrong thing. There. You get to have a place to store and display all of these different things that you're finding from all the different primitive cultures, all the relics, all the Daedric items, all of your exploits. You get a museum that heralds all of your stuff. And you can pick it right back up after it's on display and use it if you want. Let's see here. And also there's a massive quest line that goes with it. So you can build up this Explorers Guild and go on these different missions. It's great. Like, I don't enjoy playing Skyrim without it anymore. It is the Optifine of Skyrim for me. Man those borders. It makes it so that at the borders to the different holds, especially along the roadways, there are outposts and barracks and walls and things to mark where the edges of the holds are. So you know, oh, I'm out of Falkreath and I'm in Whiterun or whatever. It only makes sense that there would be these sorts of borders. So this adds not only some way of marking the geography a little bit better, but also let's say you get attacked on the road, you're a little bit closer to some help. If you can't quite make it yourself through the fight, you can go run and get some help. Or if you are not in thick with that particular hold, like say you're a criminal in one hold or another, you have to be more careful crossing the borders. It adds a lot of immersive roleplay possibilities. Let's see here. There is one that I've added because of lots of things I want to do with a number of characters. Help the Warrens. You can help cure for Karine. You can cure her rattles or whatever it is. You can help build up the place where all these destitute people are, so they have wood floors and you know, furnishings and more clothing and stuff, so they aren't as bad off. You have an opportunity to help in the world, and I think that's pretty neat. Midwood Isle adds, I wouldn't necessarily say full DLC size stuff, but it does add a bunch of content and an extra location. Missives and notice boards. I'll get to notice boards soon enough in alphabetical order, but it's like walking around in other RPGs. You find, instead of having to talk to every last NPC, you find a board that has looking for someone to deliver such and such, or need someone to help me craft these, or find this missing object or whatever. You can pull a missive off the board and presto, you've got a new quest. So you take a notice off the board that says, I'm looking for someone to deliver something to Whiterun. Come get the object and a little pittance of money, and then deliver it. When you get there, they will give you a little bit more money, and thank you for your time. Just another way to add some more quests. I like quests. Quests are fun. There is something that happens with when you get into a brawl that basically breaks the game, and also it makes it unfun. And so there's a mod called Modern Brawl Bug Fix, which mostly takes care of the issue. And since there are a number of places where you have to get into a brawl, like for the companions, or when you go to the prison, it just makes your life a lot easier if you don't have to worry about those bugs showing up. So that's what that is. Moon and Star. Moon and Star adds a town and a quest line that is a throwback to Morrowind. It isn't Morrowind, it's just a throwback to Morrowind. And you get to interact with, apparently, the Nerevarine. Let's see here. Moonpath to Elsewhere adds a quest line which sends you over to, of all places, Elsewhere, the Khajiit homeland and all that. Let's see. More bandit camps. It only makes sense that if there's a civil war going on, then there's going to be a lot more bandit activity all over the place, and so I've added one called More Bandit Camps. I'm not adding the OBIS, Organized Bandits, in Skyrim. I'm not adding that one. I don't want to have that much going on. That's a bit over the top for me for what I want to do, so I'm not going that far, but I do want to actually have a little bit more representation of the criminal element that's going on in the world. So having the bandit camps, especially having them as places for me to maybe avoid from time to time, I like it. Enough, but not too much. Let's see here. User interface stuff, morning fogs, and other weather things. I've added a bunch more weather related stuff to the game. Oh. The mirror for good guys, or that new beginnings, living another life. Treasure hunt. I've added a bunch more treasure maps and things like that to the game. More minor relics to try to find. Nothing game breaking, just, you know, treasure. Some of it's just here's lots of gems. New Vomenheim is a new location. Actually, it's a rather large location that has whole bunches of dungeons. I don't think it really has a quest system yet. Maybe it does now. There was talk about it in the past, adding a quest line, but maybe. Oh, this is a big one. No BS AI projectile dodge. Have you ever in Skyrim gotten so frustrated after having taken the perfect shot, and then at the very last nanosecond, your target teleports 10 feet to the left or right because they know that there is an arrow coming? No, they don't. I had 100% stealth. They do not have a chance to dodge this. Give me my kill. Let's see here. No fast travel is what it says. No kill moves. If I had a nickel for every time I've died because I was in a kill cam and I couldn't escape the kill cam to protect myself, I'd have 10 cents, which is not a lot of money, but it's more times than I would definitely like to have died because I was out of control of my character in game. So, no kill cams, no kill bites, no kill moves, none of that. And especially because some of the time, actually quite a large amount of the time, you get the kill cam, but you don't actually get a kill. Like, you get this epic whoosh, and you're following the arrow all the way, and the goat steps to the side, or you missed entirely, you just simply missed. But here you are, schlepping around, watching the camera on your screen, while a giant you didn't know was there sends you to space. Thank you, no. Okay, so north of Morthal is this marsh area, and it's ridiculous that there aren't at least a couple bridges in places that would be connecting routes between some of the major holds or the major cities in the holds. So I've added a mod called Northern Marsh Bridges. It doesn't go ham with it. It just adds a few with some lanterns here. It's a couple wood bridges through the marsh, so you have some semblance of civilization. Because it's not like it's unoccupied. There's actually communities that are supposed to be in there anyway. So there's that. Northern Towns, full screen for that. Ordinator is... which one is Ordinator? I can never remember. Oh, Ordinator redoes the perks, the skill tree things. Gives you a lot more diversity. It brings back stuff from other Elder Scrolls content. And it also kind of balances some things out. So there's a lot more options. Instead of having just a handful of things to put your perks in, you've got dozens of things to pick and choose to make characters of whatever playstyle you want. With Ordinator, you can successfully make a stealth mage if you really, really wanted to. Overstead's a new place. That's utilities. People are strangers. I covered that. Point the way. For more immersion, road signs. Road signs everywhere. You're at an intersection of roads. This way to Helgen, that way to Whiterun. No more do you have to pick up your map key and hover around and go, alright, well, I'm here, and I think here's the road. That's another thing. The world map is clear on my game. It's not covered in clouds everywhere. Bullcrap. I want to see the map, not the clouds. What's the point in having the map if it's all clouds? What is this, the fog of war? No, I'm standing here. I should be able to see here at least. So with the point the way, you have an in-game reason not to have to look at your map all the time, for one thing, and also it helps you not to get lost. Lots of destination signs everywhere. Little wooden signs on poles. They're not. It's not like a great big exit sign on a highway. It's you find an intersection and you're like, oh, okay, here's a signpost. Oh, it looks like it's Iverstead this way, but if I go this way, I can work my way to Shore Stone. Neat. And also in that direction is Riften. That's where I need to go, so Riften it is. Portable Alchemy. Project AHO. Project AHO it's a doozy of a mod. Once you reach a certain level and visit a certain place, I think it's Mixed Water Mill, you get abducted, kidnapped. Does not matter that you are the Dragonborn and could have easily overpowered these people who are obviously coming up and mean you some harm. You still get kidnapped. And you become a slave to some Telvanni. And you have to work your way out of the slavery, and then you have to prove yourself to be able to get free. And there's some roleplay potential in there for a few things. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's interesting. Three. Yeah, okay. But at the end of it, you get to have not only a new player home, but also it is a non-invasive way of doing a little bit of extra fast travel. And with this fast travel, you can basically have your player home come with you to certain locations. It's not everywhere you want you can get a player home. It's limited, but it's a pretty fun one. I just hate the getting kidnapped part. I hate it with a passion because at the very least I should be able to come out of it and go, hey, listen, I know that you think that you're this all-powerful mage, but it's set up so that if you try to kill them or attack in any way, you just get your head popped off by the spell collar. I hate it. I really hate it. I hate it as much as the getting imprisoned in Markarth quest, but it is a good story nonetheless. The prison one is rubbish, but the Project AHO is actually an okay story. Not sure if it's enough to balance out how much I hate the getting kidnapped part, but eh. Let's see here. Quick loot. A lot of games, a lot of RPGs now have the ability to, instead of having to stop everything to open a container, you just mouse over and go, I'll take this, this, and this. And it doesn't pause the game. It just, you get to loot the container while doing the stuff, with the option of actually pausing the game to make some more in-depth decisions and like stat comparisons and stuff. But if you're just going, I'll take the gold, the gems, and the bone meal, bye. doesn't even pause the game. No menus opening up, none of the menu lag, no inventory lag or anything like that. Yeah, quick loot. Very nice. Radiant quest marker. It just gives a little bit more information about when you get some radiant quests, where and what, and some basic information. This is like the better quest objectives and all that. Let's see here. And also, it makes the radiant quests show up in the miscellaneous instead of being a main quest. I think that's also what that does. Oh, this one. Rain extinguishes fire. Just some more immersion. It doesn't extinguish like the giant bonfires, but it does extinguish the small, low fires and things when it rains. I think it's a nice touch. And they relight on their own after some time. Or you can relight them. I think if you have fire spells, once they're out, you can relight them. I think. Or was that in the comments someone's saying that that would be a neat thing to do? I don't know. I won't say for sure that's a thing. Reading improves speech. Talked about that. Realistic conversations. The NPCs are actually talking amongst themselves and not just, you know, the couple handful of dialogues that are just ingrained, like Nazim talking down to people. There's just when people interact, they actually get into brief little conversations, usually weather or how are you and that sort of thing. But it's nice to see people. The NPCs are actually talking to each other and not waiting for you to exist. It gives them the appearance of having their own life. Realistic water. Oh! Here's one that is a quality of life upgrade. When you break your lockpick, you have to start from scratch. Unless you have a perk that allows you to start near where you think that it's supposed to be. What this mod does is says, remember lockpick angle. When you break your lockpick, you would basically remember where you left off and be able to pick right back up there instead of going, oh, was it here or was it here? Especially for the finer ones, and you're just trying to hone in on it, having to start from scratch every single time. Just choose your lockpicks unnecessarily. So what this does is it puts you at or very close to where you left off, so you can start from there. It doesn't put you near where the correct location is. It's just where you left off. Where you broke the previous lockpick. I think that's a great one. Reverb and ambience, more sound stuff. We have children overhaul. This helps make some of the appearance of the faces of kids look better. This goes along with a couple other mods that I have that just make appearances better, less polygonal, smoother faces, that sort of thing. And that's for adults and kids. But for some reason, the ones that apply to the adult faces mostly don't apply to the kids' faces, and so someone made a bunch of mods just to make the kids look like the adults. That way you're not born as a sharp rock and grow up to be a polished stone. Ruins clutter improved. It just adds a little bit more stuff wherever there is supposed to be just random clutter. It adds a little bit more loot list to the possible clutter amount and all that kind of stuff. Run and walk at your pace. Oh my god. Oh my god. Escort quests are the worst. And this It's not 100%, but it tries really hard. Makes it so that when you have these quests where someone's supposed to be coming along with you, they will walk at your pace. They'll run to catch up unless there's some good reason for them not to be slow walking. Or they won't be moving so just inordinately fast that you can't keep up. They will slow down to match your speed. Let's say you're overburdened. They'll go, oh, okay, here. I'll wait for you. I'll slow down to your speed. It's not perfect, but it's better. Run for your lives if it's storming out or if there's, you know, a dragon. The NPCs will go indoors and hide. Instead of trying to take on the dragon. Except, like, you know, the guards. They will actually do their job. Let's see here, rustic clothing adds more details for clothing. Save by journaling and sleeping. This is a big one for immersion for me. Instead of hitting F5 to save scum all the time, I want there to be in-game reasons for saving. I sleep. I write my journal. That's how I save. I need to carry with me inkwells and rolls of paper and a quill. If I don't, I can't save. Save the ice runner. That's another little quest mod. Search and seizure. Oh, search and seizure. Okay, so in Markarth, there is that Thalmor that you can talk to and get the quest to find out if someone is worshipping Talos. And there's not a lot of options for you to do with that quest. This one adds some options. You can find the proof, go to the person who is worshipping Talos and say, hey, could you keep it under wraps? This guy is onto you. And you can get rewarded and be the good guy without having to turn him in. Or you can, you know, dishonor the conversation and be a traitor and actually turn him in anyway. Or you can tell, like, you can find the proof, tell the dude that he's being looked into, and then go to the elf and say, I'm sorry, I honestly did not find any proof. And the elf will go, oh, I must be mistaken. Thanks for looking. Thanks for helping. Here, have a reward. Thank you. And you're still on good terms with the Thalmor. But you did the right thing. I love this concept, and when I found this mod, I just had to include it. It's a small detail for the tiniest little quest in the game, but you know what? It really does add flavor to the game. It does. Settlements expanded. Shadows of the past. What is Shadows of the past? A moment. I have so many mods. I don't know what all of them are by name. Oh, that's that one. Shadows of the Past takes some of the storylines and the family lines of things that happened in Oblivion, not a whole lot of them, but just some, and transports them into Skyrim with like their descendants doing things. It's actually kind of neat. The quests start off strong. There's a lot of options to do stuff. There's some very likable and unlikable characters. The voice acting for the first character, I want to punch the guy so bad. Like, if this is how the actual person who did the voice acting really talks in real life, and they just couldn't find someone to do proper voice acting for the character, it's that sort of voice where you're like, can we just text this conversation, please? It's terrible. I hate their way of speech. I hate it. And I'm sure I probably have my own quirks that people don't like, but this guy. Anyway, shooting stars, one of the mods that I've added to liven up the sky. At night, there's chances of shooting stars. There's also another mod that I'll get to. I think it's called Vivid Weathers or something like that, that does that and rainbows and a couple other things, and some more fog effects, mists in the morning, that sort of thing, thick fogs. Signature equipment. Hopefully with this update that I just got, it'll work again. If you're using the same item, you should be getting familiar with it. And so the items that you use should level with you. Their quality should improve. Their stats should improve because you are comfortable wearing them. You're comfortable using them. And that's what signature equipment does. Now, for a while, it hasn't been working with a couple versions and some loadouts. So I'm hoping that this update will fix it. I really do, because it doesn't make it very fun if you have your favorite sword and you can't actually improve it. Let's see here. Skyland. Okay, so I had a texture, I think a 2K texture, something like that, for the terrain and stuff for the world. And for whatever reason, because I don't use ENBs, which are basically the Skyrim version of shader packs, I was having an issue where all things that were exposed dirt were like they'd been licked by Slimer. It was, everything was shiny, glossy, almost slimy looking. The whole world. Anywhere there was dirt. Anywhere. It was so awful. I have finally remedied that. This Skylands, which is probably not going to be the one that I stick with, but it is still a bandage. It is a good enough improvement of textures, and there are a couple of the Skylands textures elsewhere that I'm using anyway, like Skylands Markarth specifically, called Sky City, or no, it's Skyland Markarth. Sky City was the one that I had to turn off because it was conflicting with Fortune's Trade House. Better roads. Yes. Absolutely. Roads and bridges are terrible. Some of them are impossible to see where you're going. This just makes them so much nicer. It also adds a little bit of like clutter in some places where it would make sense to have some sort of clutter for the roads. Some better demarcation of roads by adding those little piles of stone along the way. Very nice. Flora overhaul adds whole bunches of trees and flowers and grasses and plants and things to make the world better looking. And landscape and water fixes more of the same environmental stuff. Okay, there's one called Skyrim Reputation, and I haven't really been able to test this, but I will have to hope that it works. The more of a good guy you are, the better your reputation is around the entirety of Skyrim, and the more of a bad guy you are, the opposite is true. You get discounts and things for being a good guy. You get charged extra if you're a notorious bad guy. There's fame and infamy. I think it's a neat mechanic, and I hope it works. Skyrim Sewers adds a bunch of different sewers and underground options for a lot of the major cities. Let's see here. Okay, well, night cuddles. It's almost like it's 11:30 anyway, so I'm not surprised you're going to bed. Thanks for watching. Thanks for popping in. I'm just building and rambling anyway. I would be building no matter what. So, thank you for watching. Let's see here. Skill uncapper. This is a big one for me. This is a quality of life. Once I discovered this thing existed, I could never have a loadout that does not include this. Skill uncapper does one thing and one thing only. It makes it so that you don't have to legendary if you do not want to. It makes no sense if you are using a character that you've been playing with for hundreds of hours to make them forget how to lockpick just so they can get an extra point in, oh, I don't know, light armor or something, so they can continue lockpicking elsewhere in the world so they can get more points, so they can forget about lockpicking again, so they can get some points to put in destruction magic or something. It's stupid. If you are a master at something, you shouldn't have to forget. You should be able to just keep using that skill to level, and what this does is it makes it so that you don't stop at 1 to 100. You can keep going. And it'll be a long time before I know if this works. But I hate having to legendary my character. I absolutely hate it. It is ridiculous. It was a novel thing to add. It was a way to continue gameplay because they did something different with the way XP worked. But, oh, come on. I lose all of my abilities just because I want to have those spillover points so I can keep leveling my character. Because here's the thing, if you never legendary, ever, at all, you get a maximum character level. I think it's 71, so it's not a low character level, but still, if you never ever legendary, you cannot get above a certain level. And in order to even get to level 71, that means that you've got to go, alright, well, I finished using light armor, now I have to exclusively use heavy armor And I now exclusively have to use sword and shield instead of magic. And when you start over, when you legendary, it's not like the mobs go back in difficulty. They stay level 50, and so they're just as hard as they were with all of your skills that you were relying on. And now you have like no chance to hit them, and no chance to block, and no chance to survive. Legendary, there has to have been a better way to do it, and what the skill capper does is it takes all that nonsense out of the equation. You can just keep leveling. Let's see here. Skyrim Underground is like the Skyrim sewers. It adds whole bunches of caves and tunnels that interconnect, so you can almost go everywhere in the base game without seeing the sun. Almost. I think actually you can go everywhere necessary in the base game other than High Hrothgar without ever setting foot in the sun. Or the moon. Moon. Because there are two moons. Master and Segundus, I believe, are their names. Unique treasures. It makes the uniques a little bit more worthwhile. And some of them, which are supposed to be the same things that you would have found in previous games, actually have stats that reflect how they have been in the past. Sky UI's user face overhaul. Sleep tight. Sleep tight makes it so people go to bed at night. They actually... That bone made me almost jump. PV3? Yes. They have not only a sleep schedule for the NPCs that didn't before, but also when they sleep, they change into their sleep robes. I was trying to get a mod to work where they actually slept under cover, and so that you would also lay down and sleep, and you would also sleep under blankets. There's either some conflicts or some non-updated files which make some of that functionality not work, but at least this one works. People sleep more. They actually demonstrate that they are sleeping. It doesn't make sense to lay down with your sword on your hip. Smelt down makes it so you can take some of the gear that you don't want or need, and say you've got an iron sword, you can smelt it down to iron ingots, turn it into nails if you want to build a house or something. Or make other weapons and stuff. Somebody else's problem, that's the one where when you enter Mark Carson, there's that assassination that happens right in front of you, and the dude tries to make it your problem. You're like, buddy, I literally just got here. This is not my problem. I don't want to be mixed up with this. Obviously, this gets people killed. Think you know. And so you don't even ever have to get imprisoned. Sometimes pick up books. This makes it so that you can choose to, if you want, you can read a book in the spot, or you can just pick it up without having to read it. It just goes to your inventory, unread. Stackable Stones of Baranzaya. Talked about that. Makes it so that the quest items for that silly quest are all in one stack instead of like 17 different stacks in your inventory. Starting spell choice. Starting spell choice is nice because it takes away all of the racial starting spells and gives you an opportunity to pick what kind of character you would like to make. What did I just... Did I click over here on accident? That was weird. Okay. You can choose to start with fire spell or ice spell or lightning or other things and healing and stuff like that. It's actually a nice little way to make a better starting character for how you want to roleplay. Stonecrest Reborn is another quest mod that adds a town, but also some other. Thalmor are the bad guy quests. Stonehall Orphanage adds a large orphanage in Markarth. And if you find people who are orphans, and let's say you've reached the maximum adopted, but you just want to, you feel bad because there's all these kids that don't have families or homes, you can say, hey kid, I know of a place you can go. It's called Stonehall. Really? Thanks, mister. Oh, what did I... Oh, I didn't hit a space. Stunning statues of Skyrim. All these statuaries and like the Dibella and Mara and Molag Bal and Mehrunes Dagon and all this kind of stuff. All these statues, they look okay, but this mod makes them look great. I'm saying fantastic. Very well done art on all of the statuary. Even the talus looks pretty snazzy. Let's see here. Sire's Coat adds a little bit of intrigue and a small quest over near Solitude at a new town that's right across the bay. Take notes. This one big for me, personally. When I remember to do it. It's an in-game way to remember the things that are going on so that I can open my notes and go, oh, that's what I was working on. Or, I need to keep looking for these items. Now I remember. Don't sell this. Got it. And it's just a way for me to keep my own journal in the game itself. Oh, so happy. I just hope that it doesn't succumb to the same issues as the book thing, that's the dialogues and all that. That'd be sad. Talking of dragons, this points out that the dragons aren't just, you know, animals. They are a sentient race of beings that can talk. And so while they're fighting you and fighting the things that they encounter out in the world, they're talking, they're chatting, they're saying more than just their spells or their thumbs. I mean, they are actually, you know, talkative. It's not like they fly down and give you quests or anything, but they do talk. And if you manage to tame some for mounting purposes, you do get, I think, a little bit of chattiness from them while you're flying. Dragonborn Dreams. I had two mods that make it so that when you sleep, because if I was going to be sleeping all the time, I wanted to have more things involving sleep. You can have dreams. One of them added nightmares, but instead of just nightmares, what it did instead of just debuffs is it would wake you up, and there would be an ambush, and you would have to fight. Usually unprepared, because you have to pull your weapons out, you have to stand up, you have to get ungroggy, all the while something your level or a group of somethings your level are wailing on you. And this can happen anywhere, in your safe house, in an inn, out while you're sleeping out a dungeon. You just wake up and here's a Draugr, or here is an Oblivion Knight or something. It's just the worst. So the nightmare I had to take out because it was just too invasive. It prevented being able to successfully enjoy the game with the sleep mechanics. So I took that out and just left the Dragonborn Dreams, which add a chance for you to have a dream that has either positive or negative debuff for a few hours during the day after you wake up. It's subtle, it's not overpowered, it's just enough to go, hey, that's neat, I had a dream, cool. I'm either in a good mood or a bad mood. I regenerate mana faster or slower, depending on, or is it called Magicka? I don't remember. Depending on how my dream went. Oh, the Forgotten City. This is a really cool mod. You get into it once it starts. It isn't like a go around, kill lots of things. There is, I think, one little spot where you had to do a little bit of fighting. But this realm that time forgot literally is stuck in a time loop, and you have to go in and fix the problem so that time can move forward, and the missing person or persons can get reunited, and so that you can understand the events that happened. Since they made this mod, they've made a standalone game called The Forgotten City, which has nothing to do with Skyrim and is instead set, I think, in Greek or Roman setting? Ancient Greek or ancient Rome? Something like that. Good on them. Good on them. I hope it's every bit as good as the mod is and better, because they put a lot of work into it. It was a great play. And here's the thing. If you fail, it's not like you die. And you don't necessarily go back to the beginning to a save point. You start from the beginning of the time loop with this new knowledge that you have and new dialogue options in your arsenal. And new knowledge for, oh wait, there's something in this cobweb here that I never would have noticed if I hadn't had that one thing happen during the last playthrough. Aha! And you play until you can escape. It's actually a really cool story. You have to break the time loop. Let's see here. Forgotten Island it's a little quest line about this little tiny island. It's a very minimal quest, but it functions and it's okay. And after, the thing I like about it is after you've beaten it, some time goes by, you go back and there's a little bit more for you to do. I think you can rebuild one of the houses and make it a player home or something like that. Not like there aren't a million player homes anyway. It's like almost every mod that adds a location adds a player home. It's great. How much stuff do you think I have? Well, the answer is all of it, but you don't have to point it out. Let's see here. The Grand Paladin. Honestly, not sure about the details of this. It looks like an interesting quest mod. Obviously Paladin related, so it's probably Stendar. Beats me. I honestly, I don't know. It's one of the ones that I have more recently added that just looks interesting that I will have to play through to understand. The Gray Cowl of Nocturnal. I was right. That one time when I mentioned the phrase. Gray Cowl of Nocturnal is an artifact of the... I don't know if Nocturnal is technically a Daedra or an Aedra, but it is the artifact of this deity that a long time ago was stolen by someone and was cursed, so that the person who owned it was forgotten by everyone, like an obliviate or whatever spell from Harry Potter, where the memory spell, where all aspects of this person's existence are just gone. They never existed. Wife, never heard of them. Children, never heard of them. Who's your dad? I don't know. I must have had one, though. Right? Who knows? So, this person can walk up to anyone who knows him and be 100% complete and total stranger. And that's the curse. And so, in some of the games, the cowl just vanishes. It's no longer a part of the franchise. And this mod brings it back. A huge way, too. It is a glorious quest line. You have to be level 10 or 15, something like that, and steal something. And when you do, when you finally steal something, the loudest dong noise in the world happens, making you go, "Oh God, I've been caught!" and jump and throw your mouse across the room while you're trying to sneak and steal this item. It's hilarious the way they did it. I don't know if it was intentional to scare the pants off you, but it works. And then it sends you on this massive quest chain all the way down to Hammerfell. You get to go to Hammerfell. It's great. I even have, this is the one that I have added another mod which adds more content to this mod. Now, this Great Cowl of Nocturnal is already bigger than all the other DLC combined. The actual DLC of the game, Great Cowl of Nocturnal, is gigantic. And it's very well put together. And you need to be good at stealth and the thievier odd or the thievier skills like lock picking and archery and light armor and stuff like that, and pickpocket. You need to actually be okay at them in order to be successful at this mod. It's really well put together. So the first time I played this, it was, I had already beaten the game. I had done all the high-end stuff, and then I was like, you know, I want to add some more mods to give me a little bit more content. And so I found a whole bunch of mods that you could definitely add even after you were mid playthrough or had completely beaten the game. You could still add stuff, and I added this one, and I forgot I had added it until, because I was testing a whole bunch of mods at once, and then I stole something, and then all of a sudden, dong! Boy, let me tell you, I I pooped a little. I'm sure of it. It was so sudden and so loud. But the adventure it sent me on, oh, it was worth the heart attack. It was great. And it was well put together, well voiced. Everything was smooth. I loved it. Let's see here. The Last Refuge, and then its follow-up companion. What's it called? Valley of Outcasts. Are a hello. Are a pair of mods put together by someone who was in high school at the time that did a pretty okay job of making a whole new location. Thank you. That's what I needed, was to be launched down by an explosion. And I hear you. Come on. And the quest chain, good. The story behind it, pretty solid. Some of the quests are, let's say, a little buggy, but it's not bad. It does presume that I think this is one of the mods that presumes that you picked either Stormcloaks or Imperials. I forget which it favors, but it just presumes that you have picked one and the other one is the bad guys. No matter which one you pick, if you pick Stormcloaks and they think Stormcloaks are the bad guys, then they just, all the dialogues are, yeah, the Stormcloaks are the bad guys, and you're like, haha, yeah, sure. But other than that, it's a good enough mod. I liked it. I'm going to try to do one more level for tonight. Let's see here. The Lost Masks. This adds a whole bunch of other masks, not just the masks of the Dragon Priest, but also a bunch of other masks. Okay. That you can find in some of the most interesting of places. Some of them are just decorative only. Some of them add some minor buffs. They're all just little collectible masks. I was thinking about adding the one for the dolls, but it doesn't feel right. The masks, at least there are masks in the game already, so having a few more doesn't hurt, but there is a limit to what I wanted to collect. I will collect cheese before I collect little dolls. Let's see here. Notice board. It's like the missives for picking up quests, but instead this just gives you some local lore for the places where the notice boards are. You go to Fall Creek and there's a bunch of little things on the notice board that give you some information about some of the characters in the town and the hold. It gives you some insights into, have you ever been to such and such place? It's a beautiful blah 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 blah. And it gives you an opportunity to interact with some of the NPCs and pay attention to some of those interesting facets, or go to these places. And when you get a place, it doesn't mark the map location. Wow. It says, have you heard of such and such place? Have you ever been to such and such place? And it's kind of fun. It has little notices for if you're looking for items of this type, go to this shop. It's basically lore. Some of it made up, some of it actual in-game, some of it in universe at least, and all of it at the very least lore friendly. You missed. I'm over here now. Haven't you learned you're supposed to shoot at where your target is going to be? I thought you were going to climb on that. Yeah, like that right there. You made what I said into a joke. I was aiming where you were going to be, and then you weren't there. You suck. The Parsonak's Dilemma, I covered that, but real quickly, that's the one where after you've done the end of the game stuff and you're talking to the Blades, and they say, oh, Parsonax is a dragon, you must kill him. He's a dragon, you must kill him. It gives you the option to say, no, screw you, firstly. Secondly, I'm your boss. And thirdly, Parsonax is a good guy. You don't kill the good guys. He's done his atonement. Thousands of years of it. Let's see here. The Secrets of Arc-Sire? I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced, but it adds a Bosmer elf? It adds an elf and a quest line revolving around them and this new location. I don't really know exactly what's going on, but it adds a little bit of potential. Come on. We have the Sinister 7. All right, so I think this starts at level 10. It gives you at least an opportunity to gear up a little bit and establish yourself, get some skills under your belt. And then starting at level 10, every 2 levels at some point after you level up, an assassin will come after you. Or it might be every 5. No, it's every 2 levels. So at 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, and then 22. Wait, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. Yeah. And then for the 22, you actually have to go, or for after the 20, I think is what it is, you get instructions on where the last one of the Sinister 7 are, and you have to go confront them. But the idea here is these 7 are sent to assassinate you and either fail or succeed. And you get to choose why. Is it a case of mistaken identity? Did you wrong them in the past? Who knows? And this is gonna be perfect for my character, because my character, I don't know anything about anyone. Did I do something? Probably. I don't know. Maybe. Why am I being attacked? Good reason? Bad reason? I don't know. I've got a lot going on. Let's see here. The Tools of Kagranak. Tools of Kagranak are... There is a quest mod revolving around some items that have lost a little bit of power and revolve around the trying to build a god, so to speak. The Dwemer attempt at doing some things with, I think, with the Heart of Lorcan or whatever. And this kind of revives them, brings them into Skyrim, and adds a little bit of a mini treasure hunt revolving around them. There's a fake one, a real one. There's also one added by another mod that is it Moon and Shadow, I think? Something like that. Or Moon and Star, something. So you, I believe, begin this after a certain point in helping one of the guys who's messing with soul stones in the College of Winterhold. What is his name? It's I don't know. After he dies, you get to summon him as a ghost if you want, but this quest line is it's neat. Let's see here. The unfinished business. Dungeon pack. What? What are you? I gave you a thumbs up endorsement. What are you? The unfinished business. Add several short dungeons with a short story. Oh! Oh, this one! Yes! These are actually pretty decent. And the dungeons are well placed and well put together. I liked this mod. This was a good one. Hello, Divya Kundargi. Hi, how are you doing? Greetings. Salutations. Welcome, fellow space traveler. I am building a giant monolith and talking about Skyrim mods. Let's see here. The Whispering Door. Okay, so this is one of the more looked over Daedra quests in Skyrim. After you have dealt with, I forget exactly which trigger quest it is that opens this up, but after you've dealt with Whiterun and the Jarl and all that, you find out that the Jarl's kids are they have a dark secret, and it is caused by this whispering door that is the keeper of secrets or whatever, and intrigue and trying to be a disturber of the peace. And you get to get this sword or something. It's a very obscure quest. Most people don't even really know it's there as one of the Daedric items until they're on the hunt for trying to collect all the Daedric items, and then they're like, wait, there's something here still? Okay, cool. Never knew. Great. Because you never talk to the kids after you do stuff. There's no reason to talk to the Jarl's kids after you've done the main quest and defeated Alduin. I mean, they were just snotty little brats telling you, oh, you must be the new help. Remember, I like my steaks rare. Okay, thanks, kid. Well, there's actually something going on there. And this quest mod, the Whispering Door, adds a little bit to that storyline. in a very lore-friendly way. It just expands on it, and I think it offers some potential where there should have been a little bit more going on, because all the other Daedric items had a reasonable quest chain, and this was just at best. So this mod, I hope, will flesh that out a bit, make it more fun, more engaging. Let's see here. Thugs, not assassins. You ever steal something and then the person you stole from hires some ruffians to come and beat you up, and they end up killing you? That's the job of the companions, and the companions don't kill. They beat you up, but they don't kill. And what this mod does is it goes hand in hand with some of the favor and reputation, but instead of killing you, they beat the living tar out of you, and then if they find anything stolen, they take it out of your inventory. Stolen gold, stolen items, doesn't matter. So if you steal something and you manage to offload it and they beat you up and they don't find anything stolen, they go back to the person who sent them and go, they didn't have it. I don't think they stole anything. And you are instead put on good terms with the person you stole from. And additionally, these thugs, not assassins, these thugs don't kill you. They just beat you up. And I thought that was the neatest thing. Nice little attention to detail. Uses the actual lore of the companions. Because it's not like you have a Dark Brotherhood hit out against you. They don't send a team of thugs. They just send one. There's other things that send the Dark Brotherhood after you. But for stealing a turkey or whatever, no, that's companions. Stop stealing stuff. We'll beat you up. So, yeah, thugs, not assassins. Great mod. Total character makeover. This adds the higher resolution visualizations for the characters. Let's see here. Treasure hunter, just more treasure. Undaunted. Okay, so this adds a repeatable mini dungeon kind of pop-up quest situation that you can earn effectively arena points or whatever as a currency, and if you get enough of them you can buy keys to unlock different loot chests. And this is a throwback to something that was actually in the lore, a sort of adventuring guild that did exist in the Elder Scrolls franchise that just never got pursued. I think there's a little bit of them in Oblivion. I think. And I think the name of the mod here is a reference to the quest that it was around. I'm actually going to look that up because I want to be sure. Open on Nexus. Adds dynamic, repeatable quest encounter chains to any world space with a loot box reward system. Also contains roguelike short dungeon crawling experience based on rifts from Diablo 3. But let's see here. Where was that information that I was reading about the Adventuring Guild? Inspired by the ESO Guild, the Undaunted. Okay. And the Diablo 3 adventure mode. Okay. Undaunted has been designed as an extendable framework with data-driven design and to be highly compatible with mods. So yeah, I can send you to different mod zones that you've been to. Sometimes that does break things so that you have to wait until you've like you can pick up an undaunted quest early and then it's sending you to a place that you're not supposed to be until you're level 25, and so that can be a problem. But all in all, it's a decent mod, and the little adventures it sends you on are they can show up just about anywhere, and they're really fun. It's challenging, and some of the world spaces where they show up, you can have a lot of other stuff happening at the same time. You can have things appear during a dragon fight. You can have stuff appear and be able to get a like a roving band of guards or soldiers or whatever to help you with the fight or stuff like that. It's fun. It's neat. Special leveled mobs, unique versions of mobs that exist. Like instead of the dryads, you get a special dryad mini boss that's a different color, has some extra spells. Well, that's consigned to the void. At least so is the skeleton. You go away, you go away. Ba, ba, ba. Unlimited bookshelves. Some of the functionality of the bookshelves from a previous mod that I had didn't quite work, and so I have included this one to make it so I can put however many books on a bookshelf that I want. How many books can a bookshelf shelf if a bookshelf could shelf books? Ow! Come on. And you too, come on. Mask? Or head? Oh no, you need to be a charge creeper for that. My bad. Okay. Unslad, that's that second major quest mod that is in the Vigilant Unslad Glenmoral trilogy. Really well put together stuff. Like, it's astonishing levels of detail and lore and stuff. I love it. And it's not really Skyrim lore. It isn't Elder Scrolls lore. It's just its own thing on the side. Which is what a lot of these other quest mods do. Some of them try to keep stuff in universe, but others just throw it out the window and say, you know what? We're just using this as a framework. We would love to make a game of our own, but here's a game that exists, and we just want to tell our story, so let's make a mod instead. And why not? That way you don't have to make a game engine all by yourself. You can make a great mod and then get hired on by devs because you've made a great mod. A lot of people get their start making mods. Let's see here. Official Moonpath to Elsewhere patch, okay. Or unofficial, I mean. Unofficial. Unread books glow. Let's see here. Vernum Wood, that's another location mod. Vigilant, that's that first one. Vivid Weathers, getting near the end of the list here. Voyage to Dreamborn Isles. I think that's the one that has a pretty severely broken quest where you pick up this item that has a whooshing sound the entire time it's in your inventory, and then you have to pick up like 15 of them, and by the time you've picked up all 15, the whooshing is so loud that you cannot even hear anything else. You might as well mute the game at that point. But then, for whatever reason, more than half the time, according to the comments back then, you can't turn this quest in. And so for the rest of your gameplay, your character is cursed with whooshing sounds caused by these items that you cannot delete from your inventory. And even if you do delete them through commands, the mod doesn't believe that you've deleted them, so the whooshing is still there. You are cursed with whoosh, and it is, or this twinkling sound or something. It is awful. So if that's the one that I think it is, I'm probably going to delete it. I'm going to have to look into that mod and see for sure where that one goes, because I don't want to have to deal with that again. That extra Merlin's back. That extra nonsense, even though the rest of the mod is good, if the entrance is a little poorly placed, I'll say, with respect to the Stonecrest mod, it's still viable, and the storyline is good if it's the one I think it is, and it's a very large storyline too. Well put together. It's just some of the things are broken, and the way they are broken is in such a way that I can't do it. It's a good try, but I don't want to be cursed the rest of my gameplay, please and thank you. If that's the one that I think it is. If it's not, then I apologize for misinforming. Let's see here. Water plants, weightless books. It lowers the weight of a lot of the books and paper and stuff that you're going to be carrying, so that you aren't overburdened by stuff if you want to be carrying lots of things. And I was also thinking about adding an additional mod that allows you a little bit more leverage with going in and setting the weights of things. Like if I'm going to be carrying rolls of paper for saving and inkwells and stuff, instead of, you know, a piece of paper weighing half a pound, good Lord, let me have, I don't know, a tenth of a pound or something. You know, let it be on the par with like the alchemy herbs. Those aren't half a pound an item. So I'm thinking about looking into something with that, but I have been reading that the mods that change the weights of a lot of things can break some stuff, so I'm kind of iffy. We'll see. I might take the weight thing out of it anyway. Wet and cold. It makes people go in when it's raining, have breath when it's cold. Wear cloaks when it's storming. When you go swimming and come out of the water, you are dripping. And you also have some temporary negative debuffs until you dry off. I think that's what it was. Whispers of Words. This is a fantastic one. This is sort of like the Delphine Dragon Mounds one. After you go talk to the Greybeards, eventually you can talk to Arngir, and you can ask him if there's any more words of power, and he'll say, I have heard a whisper of a word. I will mark its location on your map. And you only get one at a time. And he just has this bevy of word walls. What this mod does is it makes it so that you can find his notes where he's having these visions of where the word walls are. So you don't have to keep asking him, and you can just, you know, have them marked. Because in the first journal you find, it says, well, you see, I know where a bunch of these are, but lest the Dragonborn, if they show up ever in my lifetime, lest they find all of these word walls at once and get too powerful too quickly. That's not the way of the voice. Let's just trickle them out, temper them with time. So I will mark all of the ones that I know about in my journals, and there's one journal for each of the holds. Let's see if I can remember all the holds. There's Hjalmarch, Eastmarch, Hafingar. There's Falkreath, Reach, Rift, Pale. Oh boy. Is Whiterun? No, Whiterun's... Oh, come on, brain. There's 2 more holds. Nope. My brain's not doing it right now. Anyway, Anyway, there's a book for each of the 9 holds, and you can, when you read the book, it shows where the word walls are by marking with the dragon head. Same icon, in fact, that Delphine's Dragon Mounds use. So if you're not paying too close attention, you don't know what is going on where. And some of them are the same place. They use the same spot, so that's kind of cool. Whose quest is it anyway? You have an item in your inventory and you have no idea why you have it. Like, you picked it up and it won't let you sell it or drop it because it says it belongs to a quest, and you're like, it does? I don't remember accepting a quest to get a bow. What's this? Well, this will tell you why you're holding this thing and why it won't let you offload it, so you can at least have a chance to figure out what the quest is. Why am I holding these frost salts? Why can't I sell frost salts? Huh? Let's see here. Winterhold restored. This helps rebuild the city of Winterhold, because it's been, you know, what, a couple 100 years since the Red Mountain event. Surely by now, this major city in a major hold would have been able to rebuild itself. It's got all this foot traffic from all the mages going through. Surely they could have, you know, rebuilt some of their broken buildings. And what this mod does is it helps to fill in some of that. It goes really nicely with the mod that I've installed, Northern Towns or something like that. That adds a whole bunch of other towns, because there's this other little settlement down under Winterhold that makes for a nice fishing town. Oops. Winter Sun, that's the one that adds all of the gods and demigods, so you can have more buffs and chances for favors with the gods and things like that. Wonders of Weather, that adds a bunch of things to the weather, as well as like shooting stars and rainbows and stuff in certain weather conditions. And then finally, Worm's Tooth. We're at the end of the list. Worm's Tooth adds a pretty sizable quest and new land, where there is a dragon that is using a shout to raise the dead, and his goal is to kill everyone and use everyone as an army of the undead to take over the world now that Alduin is dead. And obviously your goal is to stop them. But there's some neat stuff that you get along the way. There's some new spells that you can learn, including the ability to control the undead by possessing them. And I'm trying to work on the storyline for my character, how I'm going to be effectively possessing my character and then using my character to possess Draugr. It's going to be weird. I'm going to have to come up with some good reason why that should work, but I'm sure I'll come up with something. But that's a pretty sizable quest. But there you go. That's the rundown of the 270 some odd mods that I'm going to be using for my playthrough. Give or take a few. I'll probably be adding a few, maybe taking some of these out like I'd said. We'll see. Lot of options. Take a drink here. In other news, I have discovered that Vortex, the launcher for all these Skyrim mods, the new versions of Vortex with all the new functionality, only work on Windows 10 and above. I wouldn't even be able to do this with the newest stuff if I hadn't gotten my new computer. So, hooray for good luck on that front. And on that same subject, in a little bit over a month, Steam is not going to be working for the most part on anything below Windows 10. You need to have an upgraded operating system, or you have to make sure you do not upgrade or try to upgrade your Steam if you are on Windows 7 or Windows 8. Is there Windows 9? I don't think so. And there's a whole bunch of other platforms that have just made a deadline of January 1st, 2024 means you have to be using a modern operating system. Yes, I do know it's late. I want to finish this level. This ring right here is the end of this level. And I've just finished listing off all the information about the 270 mods. So I wanted to just finish the last few rounds of this level before I wrap up. It is still about 22 minutes before 1, so I have time before my alarm goes off. And honestly, 1 o'clock isn't too bad for wrapping up. It's a little late, but oops. but my bedtime is 5 anyway. Yeah, most people in my time zone are abed at around this time, but I'm gonna be building this anyway, might as well stream it. But thank you, absolutely thank you. I've also, I'm not sure if this is correct, but I've also heard that, ow! I've heard that, ow. You turned. I've also heard that the Minecraft launcher is going to have a Windows version requirement. Hopefully, when/if that happens, for both the Minecraft and the Steam, hopefully, what will occur is the computers that have the existing versions on them won't stop functioning entirely. It'll just be you can't upgrade to the new stuff. Because I don't want to find out that my other computer is going to stop functioning for gaming entirely just because it became 2024. The computer still works. The games still work. It shouldn't be reliant on the year. There shouldn't be a deadline to be able to play Wolfenstein 3D. And I understand it's important to stay up to snuff with the operating systems and driver security and all that kind of stuff, but forcing people to have to change their operating system entirely just to be able to use software they've been using this whole time is a little bit mean. Come on. And you. No, you're over there. When I switch between Skyrim and Minecraft, my bow aim it suffers. Huh? Aha. Last shulker. Look at that. Means I need to make more chiseled deep slate. Yeah, I'm glad at least that I was able to get this computer. I am thankful I was able to, because of Patreon, be able to get my second monitor replaced. Come on. Again. Thank you. But I hope that if it does come down to it, that I can just upgrade the other computer to Windows 10. I mean, the Windows 7 is the full professional 64-bit operating system anyway, so it'll be able to handle a 64-bit operating system. I don't want to have to upgrade to 10 if I don't need to. That's money I shouldn't have to spend just to be able to use software that already functions. I liken it to if you get a set of Legos, or Lego is the plural of Lego. If you get a set of Lego and the instructions are in English, but it doesn't matter, it's pictures. So you build the thing, you know how to build the thing, you have the bricks, and then all of a sudden Lego gets bought out by a company that exclusively prints their instructions in Klingon. And they require you to have to read Klingon in order to be able to buy their set. But once you get it home, it's still just pictures. You don't need any Klingon to build it. It's the same thing with these games and these companies requiring updating to Windows 10 and stuff like that. Their stuff is already working. Yeah, I understand that they don't want to have to keep maintaining old software, but if someone wants to be able to keep using the old stuff, they should be able to. I hope that they won't force an update to the people on old operating systems. Say, haha, we know that you've got this working and perfectly functioning here and installed on your Windows 7 computer. But now that it's 2024, we're going to make it so your computer won't run Steam. And I have a fear that that's what's going to happen. We'll see. Anyway, that's this level complete. I've actually managed to do quite a bit. 6 levels in about 4.5 hours. Yeah, it's approaching 1, but I got a late start. I got about an hour late start on my stream today because of waiting for the downloads, and I still have to figure out why some of the downloads didn't happen. So, and that's the saving grace. That's why I was able to stream, is because some of the downloads just halted for some reason. Whatever. I have something to figure out with that. Mystery, hooray. But, yeah, that's going to be it on here for me for today. I have gotten 6 layers, some of them fuller than others, and that puts me that much closer to the top. All I have to do is get to here, and this tier 4 Menger Sponge will be complete. The way I figure it, these 9 layers plus about 2 more-ish will be 1 stream. So that's going to be 1, 2, maybe 3-ish streams. Maybe I'll get close and this will be a long stream. But about 3-ish streams working on this. So maybe about 3 weeks or 2 weeks, something like that. And this tier 4 Menger Sponge will be completed. Hooray! I'm in no hurry to finish this project, but I also don't want it to collect dust. So I want to be working on it at least once a week. So there is always progress. Progress is good. Now, as far as tomorrow's stream is concerned, it might be the data packs, it might be Skyrim. Depends on if I get the mod organizer 2 to function properly and can play with all these things well. I will potentially do Skyrim tomorrow, but if not, then I'm going to be messing some more with the Minecraft 120 data packs. Either way, I have large experimentation projects ahead of me over the next couple of days. So it's going to be a toss-up. We'll see when we get there. And then maybe Friday I will do another stream of the other one. So if I do Skyrim, then I'll do data packs, or if I do data packs, then I'll do Skyrim. We'll see. But I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you ever so very much for watching, hanging out, spending time, commenting, liking, subscribing, everything that you do. Anyone who is watching this now or in the future. Thank you very much for coming to visit my little tiny neck of the woods and the internet and the YouTubes. And thank you for giving me some of your time. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them in the comments section or message me on my Discord. Link for that is down in the description. When you get to the Discord, remember to pick a role by clicking on a reaction so you can actually participate in the Discord. Also, if you like this video, do give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe so that we can get beyond the 2,000 mark. I am at 1,985, 86, 85. And I'm so close to 2,000, I can just feel it in my bones. And you can help me get there. If you are already subscribed, you can just pass along my channel to a friend or your social media that you visit and say, hey, there's this guy that I watch. He's doing big stuff. Here's his channel. He streams every week, multiple times a week, and he's a big nerd. It would be very lovely of you to do that. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you ever so very much for watching. This has been Thorn of Night on the Performium Wild SMP at mc.performium.net. Ooh, sparkles. And I will talk to you later.